Pursuant to Executive Order Number 20-150 issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on June 23, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having informed of its members present physically or at any specific location, and utilizing communication media technology such as telephonic or video conferencing, as provided by Section 120.545B2 Florida statutes. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the city attorney shortly. The members of the city commission appearing remotely for this meeting are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Ken Russell, the vice chair, and me, Keon Harder, the chair. Also appearing remotely are Art Noriega, city manager Victoria Mendez, city attorney, and Todd Hannon, the city clerk. Madam City Attorney, please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at municode.com. Pursuant to Sections 2-33, subsection F and subsection G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda for this virtual meeting was published and made available to the mayor, members of the City Commission, and to the public at least 5 full business days in advance of the meeting. The material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair and upon registering pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission, unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the Governor of the State of Florida, members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by visiting miamigov.com/virtual meeting to upload their video comments or to submit their written comments via the online comment form. Members of the public may also call 305-250-5353 to provide comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail. Members of the public may also pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the meeting. You may pre-register by phone by calling 305-250-5350 or online at miamigov.com/government/live-public-comment. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to any action taken. The city will accommodate any speaker desiring to appear in person, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. Before addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. When the City Commission takes action or votes on any proposition before it, it shall do so by roll call vote, which should be recorded by the clerk and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. The City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its July 9th, 2020 virtual regular City Commission meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all the usual channels and avenues that are provided when a City Commission meeting is held fully in Commission chambers at City Hall. The meeting can be viewed online at miamigov.com/TV, through the city's Facebook page, on the city's Periscope channel, on the city's YouTube channel, and on channel 77 on Comcast. The broadcast will have closed captioning. Additionally, the city has not selected a virtual platform that requires the public to purchase or download any additional software equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and the participants who will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. The city has developed several new methods of ensuring public comment for a virtual meeting. The first option allows the public to provide public comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail by calling 305-250-5353, where individuals will be able to leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual commission meeting. The second option allows the public to submit a 2-minute video to be played during the virtual commission meeting. The third option allows the public to submit comments through the city's online comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed to the elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the chairman closes public comment period. The fourth option allows the public to pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the virtual commission meeting. For all of the aforementioned options, all the comments received will be included in the public record of the meeting. The city also created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments with either option. Those instructions were provided in the notice to the public via the city's social media channels and published online at miamigov.com. Additionally, like any other city commission meeting, the public may provide public comment at City Hall. The city set up a terminal in the event members of the public travel to City Hall to provide public comment. Due to COVID-19, all speakers designed to appear in person at City Hall will be subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall, but will be able to participate through the other remote options. These public comment options established and provided for the regular city commission meeting comply with section 286.014 and section 120.54 Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting via the public comment voicemail, online public comment form, public comment video upload, and the live public comment by phone. Section 286.0114, subsection 4, subsection C of Florida statutes specifically authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its public comment options, has provided 5 different methods to indicate, among other things, public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at today's virtual city commission meeting. Commissioners, please confirm you are comfortable with the notice provisions as set forth in these uniform rules and procedures for today's meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any mayoral vetoes today?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Are there any continuances that we need to be aware of? Mr. Manager, do you have any continuances or withdrawals or deferrals?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. This time, the administration does not wish to defer or withdraw any item.
And Commissioners, do we have any items? Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Chairman, I wish to defer RE1, the settlement on Day Avenue, until the next scheduled meeting, please.
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I too would like to discuss this one a little further. I've asked the administration to do a deep dive on all of the city's actions and all of the developers' actions that led up to this lawsuit. I believe we have a strong case, and I think we need a chance to make that discussion amongst the commissioners. So, Madam City Attorney, if appropriate, to schedule a shade meeting, let me know if you can arrange that today.
Unfortunately, due to, unless you want it in person, logistically, we cannot have a shade meeting at this time via Zoom, just because of the state statute doesn't allow that. With regard to resetting it, we could reset it to discuss potential settlements and further briefings, but for a shade meeting at this time, it would have to be in person.
Can you walk me through why we cannot do a shade meeting under the governor's order? Shouldn't that qualify as one of the meetings that we can have through Zoom?
It does not qualify based on the technical aspects of it. We would basically have to have the whole IT department in with us, and they're not allowed in a shade meeting. So we just can't logistically do it.
Okay, so we're allowed by statute to do it. We could have a Zoom. There's nothing that says our shade meetings have to be in person, is there?
No.
Because we don't vote on anything.
Logistically,
So-
we do not have it.
Is there a reason we need IT involved if it's just a Zoom meeting amongst the 5 commissioners, the city attorney's office, the city manager's office?
I do not feel comfortable having a shade meeting through Zoom.
Because the alternative is for us to have the strategic discussion on the dais, which has its disadvantages from a legal perspective, but maybe there's no disadvantage to it. So I'd like to do one or the other. If we can't do a shade meeting, I'd like to have the discussion on the dais so that the administration can present to the commissioners all of their findings with regard. Now, obviously, yeah, and that to me is up to you. I think we could figure out a shade meeting given some time, and I understand your discomfort with it right now, so I respect that completely. But I don't. If we're not legally prohibited from doing it, there should be a way logistically for us to figure it out.
Matt,
Otherwise, isn't there a time frame from the judge during which we have to come to some sort of decision?
We have a hearing tomorrow.
Right. So then what length of deferral are you requesting?
I'm requesting a deferral until next meeting because I honestly understand how you feel about this case, but I don't share your sentiment. We've talked about this. With that said, I'm willing to reset it until next commission meeting in order to discuss with each commissioner what you're comfortable with in another type of settlement if it's not the settlement that I am suggesting, which is one that costs the city no money. So with that said, that's why I'm requesting a reset in order for you to listen to whatever additional deep dive situations you think could give you more information that's any different than what.
Right.
what
So
I've
herein
suggested.
is exactly why I would prefer a shade meeting, because for lack of that, we're going to wait 2 more weeks for another commission meeting where this comes up. And in between that time, you will make your case to the other commissioners as to why you believe we should settle. Because from a fiduciary perspective, it's easy to walk away from this. There's no financial harm to the city, and the developer gets to continue what they're doing with small changes. But from a policy perspective, I believe it's completely the wrong thing. And I believe we do have a legal case that we could make, but you're not going to make that case to the other commissioners if we're not in a shade meeting and I'm not able to help make that case with them along with the administration and all the information that we've been bringing about. And so that's really the purpose of a shade meeting, for us to sort of just hash it out amongst commissioners, the pros and cons. You know, if we have a weak case, we can really talk it through and then we can talk about settlement. But we haven't had that chance yet on this case. None of the commissioners have been able to hear each other out in front of the administration and our legal team to really decide how strong our case is or not. I'm beginning to believe from the discovery that I've seen that we have a case, and I believe we could convince a judge if you believe in the case. It's harder when our own city attorney doesn't believe in the case, but I think we need to really study it and discuss it. So I definitely agree with the deferral of 2 weeks, but I think we need to figure out some way to get together and talk about this. That's all.
At this time, my marching orders have been to try and figure another solution out, because I know that you and some members of the commission are not comfortable with just the settlement that I have suggested. So I wanted the additional time in order to propose, if fiscally advisable also by our administration, another suggested settlement.
Mr. Manager,
Could you, just a moment, could you also work on a strategy through which we could win the case?
I can always work on that strategy, Commissioner.
Thank you, because I know you can do it, Vicky. You're a fighter.
Mr. Manager,
Yeah, I would concur with the commissioner that I feel we need to have a shade meeting as well. I think we need to work towards trying to come up with a mechanism for that, because I think it would be more beneficial to have this discussion with all 5 commissioners at once rather than individually. Way more productive, and I think there are nuances to this that need to be talked through. So I would really try to, in any way, shape, or form we can, figure out a way to do a shade meeting by Zoom if we can. I would concur.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, I agree with the city manager and also with Commissioner Russell. I had a lot of questions when and during the agenda prep about this case, and I think that we should investigate what really happened there, and so we avoid any future mistakes like this one. I don't know if we can have a shade meeting in a real large room that we can be 6 feet apart and wearing our masks. I'm willing to be part of any shade meeting, any shape or form, as long as it is not in August. August is our month to be away from here. But I do agree with Commissioner Russell and City Manager Noriega that we should really investigate what happened, and every one of us, we have to be aware that and analyze all the steps that were taken and why are we in this predicament right now, so we can avoid it in future dates.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will tell you this before you make another comment, Mr. Vice Chairman. I believe a shade meeting is also appropriate. I think we can do it via Zoom recorded or in person with appropriate distancing and masks.
Yes.
I think it's important because at the end of the day, this will come down to a policy decision.
Yep.
And we have to make a decision about whether or not we do come to a settlement or we bite the bullet and we face the financial punishment of our decision making. And when I say our, I mean the city of Miami zoning planning department, whoever was responsible for the error. Because at the end of the day, you have to understand that maybe those individuals who live near their property will not always live there, but the property will always be there, and those people who view it will always be reminded of the error that was there. So I think that's a discussion that we have to have amongst each other regarding strategy, and if it's appropriate to continue to fight it, to attempt to win it, to settle it. How should we settle it? All those are things that we should discuss. So it's an important thing, and this is the type of error that it seems so unbelievable, but but unbelievable things happen all the time, because who would have thought that we would be in July?
That's right.
Right. So, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Reyes. I fully respect the city attorney's position from a fiduciary perspective, but the case I'm going to make to you as fellow commissioners is one that our exposure isn't as grave as what the worst case scenario that the city attorney's office is proposing. If we were to, let's say, lose the case, it's not as bad. But I also want to make the case, especially putting on the record right now, as this is going before a judge tomorrow, that I believe this developer has been incredibly deceptive from day one until now.
Yeah.
And the fact that one person in one department made an error through their efforts to deceive caused a cascading domino effect. That doesn't say that the city was allowing this or complicit in this, or that multiple inspectors failed in their duties. It's not the case, actually, is what I'm learning more and more. This is the case of a developer acting in bad faith. This is the game that they play and the money that they risk when they try to press and bend our code. So I believe that in the end, a judge will see that this isn't about just everyone splitting the baby and going home. This is about setting the proper example for developers who try to violate our code. And I believe we can prevail. We're going to find all sorts of information that will be presented to you about the existing structure and the original structure, the new structure and the original structure, that may render both of them actually currently illegal. So we're going to learn a lot, and I look forward to that. So I agree with the city attorney for the 2-week deferral as part of the order of the day.
We're going to request a deferral then for 2 weeks, and maybe before the end of the meeting, we'll announce some sort of shade meeting before the end of the meeting. I have to read the script. I just need to figure out if we can figure out how to logistically do it virtually, or if it would be in person at City Hall, spaced out. So we'll figure that out before the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Are there any other continuous withdrawals or deferrals?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to know about pockets at this point or no?
Yes, I would like to know about pockets as well, but let me have the motion on the order of the day first, the continuance.
So
Move it.
I'll second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded to defer RE1. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 That motion carries. And let me now have the
Let me
reading.
be, I want to be recorded as an aye also, Mr. Chair. Sorry,
No problem. You're
couldn't get to my computer fast enough.
You're recorded.
Thank you.
So let me have the reading of the headings for the pocket items, please.
Vice Chairman Russell, would you like me to read yours, or would you like to do it?
I'll do it, thanks. I have 2 pocket items, please. One is urging the governor to extend the executive order that allows us to have virtual meetings. As you may know, this is expiring. And he may have the intention already of extending this, and I know League of Cities is pressing for this, but so far nothing official has happened. And with the state of the pandemic currently, I think we should preserve our ability to meet in this fashion, both for our safety and that of our residents. So this is a resolution of the Miami City Commission urging Governor Ron DeSantis to extend Executive Order 2069 beyond the 12:01 a.m. August 1st deadline through at least September 30th, directing the city clerk to transmit a certified copy of this resolution to the officials named herein. My other pocket item is with regard to the Federal Aviation Administration. And this is something that many residents are not aware of yet, although the FAA has done a public comment period. They are altering their patterns of takeoff and landing for the Miami International Airport. And the public comment period, which is about to expire, doesn't really have a comment from.
Did we lose Ken? I think we lost Ken. Madam City Attorney, can you read the heading of his pocket item number 2?
Yes, a resolution of the Miami City Commission urging the Federal Aviation Administration to consider the concerns of the residents of the city of Miami, Florida for the proposed environmental assessment for the South Central Florida Metroplex project regarding the area's new flight plan and its potential impact on residents' quality of life as it relates to flight paths to and from Miami International Airport, further directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the official stated herein.
Thank you very much. So, pocket item for reference, pocket item number 1 will be the urging the government to extend the virtual meetings, and pocket item number 2, PI number 2, will be the Federal Aviation Administration item. And so we will be including these in our public hearing portion for comment. So if anyone wants to comment on those items, they'll be allowed to. So now what we will do is we will move now to our personal appearances. So we have a personal appearance for Mr. Elvis Cruz.
Chairman,
Yes.
I believe Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla,
Oh, he has an item.
he had his.
Senator, you recognized.
I have a finger, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties also here, so I apologize. I have a pocket item also that I think has not been distributed because I spoke to the city attorney a little while ago, and I want to make sure that it's distributed. But it's basically to hire outside counsel for a lawsuit that we're going to pursue against Miami-Dade County for opening the polling sites, the early voting sites that we had discussed at the last commission meeting that we passed a resolution urging Miami-Dade County to open additional voting sites in Little Havana in particular. to make sure that we
Yes.
don't disenfranchise those voters in a very critical election time and during difficult times for everyone, particularly for older people that need to have access to polling sites and the ability to exercise their right to vote. So we're going to pursue a lawsuit. I've asked the city attorney, based on the resolution this commission passed, to pursue a lawsuit against Miami-Dade County and supervisor of elections and Mayor Jimenez to make sure that we are able to open up those additional voting sites. The pocket item is to hire outside counsel to assist us in that ability to perform, have a good legal case. And we have complete confidence in our legal department and their ability to do the job they're going to do. But I think it's always better to have an expert in election law come on board and help us guide us through this process.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, I totally agree with, and I will support Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla pocket item. But I want to, if I may include, I don't know if you're including specific polling places. Yeah, and I have two polling places that I think is very important that they will be included. It is the library on Shenandoah and the library on Flagler Street. It's at 5050 West Flagler, which is a place that most of those elders from the area, they just walk into that library and they will vote. And that those two libraries that had always been polling places. And for since I remember, I don't know why they have been left out.
Well,
You're recognized, Senator.
yeah, the lawsuit would, obviously, there's also the additional one at I believe it's 1398 Southwest First Street Hispanic Branch Library that we had discussed at our last
That's
meeting.
right.
And that's kind of in the center of Little Havana. So I think the specific early voting sites will be determined through the judicial process, but I have no problem. The more the merrier. I think they're going to argue that they can't open that many more. But yes, having the people that we represent have the ability to go vote, elderly people, especially at these times that they're afraid to go out of their homes, that to further impede their ability and obstruct their ability to vote is not something that's conscionable. It's something that we should not be fighting always for, making sure that they have the right to vote. So I have no problem with Shenandoah being included in the list as we move forward. I have no problem with 5050 West Flagler. 5050 West Flagler was one of the ones that we included in the resolution. But of course, 1398 Southwest First Street is critical.
Absolutely.
Because that's right there at the center where one of the poorest areas of Little Havana. And to me, it's shocking, commissioners, that Miami-Dade County would decide to leave no early voting site open, no early voting site in Little Havana, no early voting site in Alapata. Who made that decision or why the decision was made is shocking and it's unconscionable the way that decision obviously was made. It seems political in nature to me, but I think the courts will help us resolve and remedy this matter in a way that's fair to all the residents that we do not want to disenfranchise, that they have the right to vote like any other citizen. They should not be treated as second-class citizens by any governmental entity, by any governmental leader in this community. So yes, Commissioner Reyes, I agree with you. We can open all of them. It'd be fantastic. The more, the merrier. I remain concerned across the board about having, early voting sites because of the pandemic that we're suffering and people interacting and going to public places. But if we're going to open them, let's open them to everybody, not just to a select few of people. So I think, yes, thank you for supporting the pocket item, and I agree with you.
Okay, so can we have that heading written to the record, please?
I just wanted to clarify something, Commissioner Reyes. The last meeting, we just talked about two sites, which was the Hispanic Branch Library and the West Flagler Branch Library. So this request for retaining outside counsel with an expertise in election law then will also include a third site, which is the Shenandoah Library.
Yes, I do understand that, but last meeting I also mentioned Shenandoah Library, and what really irks me, and I understand Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla being so upset about it, and making all those questions: is it political in nature? What's going on? Because those two sites that we are mentioning traditionally, they have been early voting sites all the time. I mean, since I can't remember. And why are they taken? They're left out now, and those are, the majority of the voters there, they are Hispanics, and the majority they are elders, and most of the elders they are kind of conservative, and I don't know, and if you try to make by logical deduction what's going on, and you might start thinking the same line that Commissioner Alex Diaz-de-la Portilla is thinking. You say, I mean, why were they left out when they are so important and they are heavy voting precincts? I mean, the participation there is extremely high in those two sites. So that's why I want to include them.
And I want to remind, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
I want to remind fellow commissioners, we had a similar issue 2 years ago when there was an attempt, when Miami-Dade College students wanted to open up an early voting site at Miami-Dade College. And Miami-Dade County said no, and they fought them. And they fought, those students wanted to have the right to vote and have easy access to a voting place. And,
Right.
and the county reversed its decision and decided to open a site at FIU and at Miami-Dade College, because you can't disenfranchise young people. The same way you cannot disenfranchise young people, you should not disenfranchise seniors that have a right to vote. So you should never disenfranchise any voter, particularly a minority group. We have to remember that a lot of these single-member districts were created to empower minorities and minority participation in government and the ability of minorities to get elected. In fact, I think it was Congressman Carrie Meek that led the effort to have single-member districts in, along with Maurice Ferre and other leaders in this community back then, to allow these special member districts for the courts to decide in favor of special or single member districts. So to deny the people that have the right to vote, the accessibility to those voting places is unconscionable in my opinion. So I think that we move forward, we sue the county, and we see what a judge will say about this. And by the way, I think I would prefer to have been able to have a reasonable conversation with our county mayor. I believe our county manager tried to have that conversation. I believe our city attorney's office tried to have that conversation with the county attorney's office. We exhausted all avenues, all reasonable avenues of discourse to have the ability to have a conversation about doing what's right. So unfortunately, we're only left with one remedy, and that is the judicial system.
Madam City Attorney, can you read the title to the record, please?
The title is a resolution of the Miami City Commission hiring outside counsel for the purpose of suing the Miami-Dade Elections Department in order to provide the polling sites as in the Little Havana Branch Library, the West Flagler Branch Library, and the Shenandoah Branch Library.
It's a Hispanic branch library.
It's a Hispanic branch.
Hispanic branch library.
That's right.
That item will be listed as PI number 3 for references.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's move to our personal appearance, Elvis Cruz, PA number 1.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Elvis Cruz, 631. Hang on. I think you want to see me as well, right? There
Not
I am.
necessarily.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. Good morning. This month marks my 40th anniversary as a civic activist. I've appeared before this body hundreds of times, usually to point out something the city of Miami is doing wrong. Today, I'm here to point out something the city is doing right. Your new city manager, Art Noriega, looked at the Morningside pool issue. He read the $35,000 engineering study that recommends fixing the pool instead of demolishing it. He has been pursuing that goal, that logical, common sense, financially responsible goal. Mr. Noriega and Zeri have told me that they're going to repair the existing pool. Hallelujah. Thank you, Art Noriega, for being a force of reason and a breath of fresh air. Commissioners, I appeared before you on January 23rd of this year, and you voted unanimously to keep Morningside Pool in its current location. Thank you again for that. The administration had decided to fix the pool 2 years ago, but then someone came along who said, no, the pool should be demolished, contrary to that $35,000 engineering study. Unfortunately, that person was the director of capital improvements. But then, fortunately, shortly after Art Noriega became city manager, that person was no longer working for the city of Miami. I have a dream that one day the city of Miami will change its long practiced horrible habit of neglecting the maintenance of its facilities. Legion Park's boat ramp has been closed for 11 years. Morningside Park's picnic area restrooms were closed for 10 years. Kennedy Park's restrooms have been closed for 10 years. Morningside Pool has been closed for 5 years. But now there's a new sheriff in town. His name is Art Noriega, and so far it looks like he's going to change the city's awful maintenance habits. That would be wonderful. Now let's talk about money. Zeri said fixing the pool would cost $3.5 million. Steve Williamson said building a new pool would cost $8 million. It's a no-brainer. If you give Mr. Noriega the resources to act quickly, construction to fix Morningside Pool can begin within a year. I'm here today to ask you to support Mr. Noriega and Zeri in their efforts to fix Morningside Pool. A petition with 2,100 signatures and 65% of the Morningside survey asked for the pool to be fixed. That's what the public wants. Also, permitting and construction to fix the pool would be much faster than building a new pool and cheaper by half. It would be an economic stimulus for our city sooner rather than later. And the money saved can be used for other projects in Morningside Park. Public pools bring communities together, something we need in these politically turbulent times. Learning to swim is a life safety skill that all children should have. Gentlemen, please approve the money needed to get this repair started and completed. It's the right thing to do. If you do that, I am promising you here today on the public record that I will provide the barbecue for the grand reopening. We'll have kosher hot dogs, corn on the cob, baked beans, coleslaw, potato chips, sauerkraut, dessert, the works. Bring the kids and bring your appetite. It will be my pleasure to provide this gift to this wonderful effort. In closing, again, a big thank you to Mr. Art Noriega, and please help him fix Morningside Pool. Thank you.
You're going to bring pastelito de guayaba too?
If you want pastelitos de guayaba, Mr. Reyes, we will have pastelitos de guayaba.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner Hardman, Chairman Hardman, do you have any specific dessert requests?
Pound cake.
I'm writing it down now. Commissioner Russell, what would you like?
For dessert,
Sure.
I'm an angel food cake kind of guy myself.
All right. You got it.
You have the whole spectrum there, right?
Yeah. Anybody else? Don't be bashful. Speak now.
Considering the type of event that this will be celebrating, your arguments that you've been making, red Kool-Aid would go well as well.
Cherry Kool-Aid it is.
No, it's not cherry. It's
Red?
red Kool-Aid.
But not blue, but not blue.
No blue.
Right, it's cherry in the market. It's cherry in the market, but we refer to it as red.
Red
The
Kool-Aid.
cherry is red.
Exactly. Coach, don't worry.
Okay.
We also refer to it as the red wine or the blue wine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'd like to move on to the public comments that are public comments for anyone that's at City Hall. Is there anyone at City Hall?
There's no one at City Hall. We have 2 callers on hold.
Okay, let's have the 2 callers first.
Okay. Call taker 1, you're live.
Sir, go ahead. You're live with the commission.
Alexis Wooten, 131 Northwest 15th Street.
Go ahead, sir. You're live with the commission.
The question I have is, when are the scooters returning? I'm a veteran and an essential worker at the Veterans Hospital. Not quite sure the city understands how much of an inconvenience it's been for people who don't drive and depend on Miami-Dade transit services and rideshare services to get around the city. At this point, I called in last month and nothing's been done. I've seen the beaches reopen. I've seen restaurants reopen. I'm just wondering what's going on with rideshare services as far as Lyft. Furthermore, Lyft even gave a service for essential workers to get to work free of charge, but the city of Miami taking those privileges away. So just you guys are at. Again, I called last month and they said it was 2 weeks. I haven't seen anything happen.
Okay, call taker 2, you're live.
Okay, ma'am, you're live now with the commission. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Cynthia Iverson. I live in 1545 Northwest 7th Avenue. Item 5A, that it was proposed, and I think it's very important that law enforcement has the support of the community, and they are review on their behavior against our citizens. It is important to know that they have many responsibilities that are beyond law enforcement, and some assistance with some crisis will be very important for them. We understand that they're overworked, and sometimes when you're in stressful situations, you can react in certain ways that goes against our civil liberties. So please make sure that this passes, because it's important that they get reviewed by our citizens, and I think it will improve the relationship between the community and law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now we're going to go to recorded public comments.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to give this public comment. My name is Rachel Silverstein, and I am the Executive Director and Waterkeeper of Miami Waterkeeper, a local nonprofit dedicated to defending and protecting South Florida's watershed. Our address is 2103 Coral Way. I want to speak today about the Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study by the Army Corps. The study represents a really significant and important occasion to address the really big investments that we need as a community to become more resilient to sea level rise and, of course, to storm surge. However, we have several concerns about what the Army Corps has proposed, which include a 20-foot high wall in Biscayne Bay along the Brickell waterfront that would be 1 mile long and potentially 50-foot wide that would block the water view. It would create environmental damage. There's other walls also being proposed in the study that would interrupt neighborhoods and literally create areas of neighborhoods across the street from one another, and one is in a mandatory, would be then in a mandatory evacuation zone. There are serious environmental as well as equity concerns raised by the proposal, which seeks to protect the highest amount of property value for the lowest cost, and therefore ends up putting most of the stormwater infrastructure investments into higher property value areas, which means that socially vulnerable areas are left without the proper investments. We want to correct that by using nature and nature-based features like living shorelines and coral restoration projects that we feel would create multiple lines of benefits for the community, for the environment, and of course for our resilient future. We also would like to see the fortification of critical infrastructure. Some of this is proposed in the study, but they leave out major vulnerable features like our sewage treatment plants that often have catastrophic spills during storms.
Nathan Curlin, 3132 Day Avenue, Coconut Grove. Commissioners, RE1 has left me as confused as a chameleon in a bag of Skittles. What has happened at 3374 84 Day Avenue is an egregious violation of our city's zoning codes. Everyone knows that developers, architects, engineers, and surveyors are familiar with setback laws. And make no mistake about it, there was no mistake here. Misrepresentations were made, and the setback, building within the setback was a deliberate act and against the law. And remember, no one is above the law. The logical conclusion to this issue is that the offending building must be demolished. There is actually legal precedent in the state of Florida for this. In the case of Pinecrest Lakes versus Scheidel, brand new buildings which were built in violation of the zoning law were ordered by the court to be demolished. The settlement agreement here is a bunch of mystical gobbledygook that offers nothing to the city. Send the message that the city of Miami enforces its zoning laws and will not be manipulated, tricked, or controlled by developers. If these buildings are allowed to stand, you will have set a terrible precedent and shown that Miami places a greater value on pleasing developers than on protecting the public interest. And remember, commissioners, you were elected to protect the public interest. Enforce the law. Vote no to RE1. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlene Irvin. Address is 3066 Washington Street in Coconut Grove, City of Miami. I'm calling to give my public comment on Day Avenue settlement. As a lifelong resident and homeowner of the City of Miami, I am outraged at the lack of code enforcement on this project. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't my taxes contributing to the salaries of the City of Miami employees who are required to abide by the code enforcement laws? Because they are the laws. I want to reside in a city that abides by the law and supports residents and not developers. If this project is allowed to remain standing, then it sets a dangerous precedent for future residential buildings such as this. I advocate for the building to be torn down and not lowering our standards to benefit developers. Only this will stand as a deterrent against the ingress of developers seeking to push the envelope to increase the square footage on our residential lots for a profit against our zoning laws. If necessary, the city should pay for this demolishing this building atrocity in our neighborhood. I implore all of the City of Miami commissioners to uphold the law and the will of the people. Figure out a way to get this building torn down. The building is against the law, and you are here to represent us and uphold the law. Thank you very much for your consideration on this matter. It is of huge importance to Coconut Grove and the City of Miami residents. Thank you.
Greetings, Commissioners. It's Christine Rupp, Executive Director, Dade Heritage Trust, 190 Southeast 12th Terrace, Miami 33131. I'm calling regarding item RE1, Resolution 7404, and urging the Commission to reject the proposed settlement agreement. The development, which is the subject of the settlement agreement, is illegal. It also is in violation of the language and spirit of the Neighborhood Conservation District legislation, which reads that the intent of the NCD is to preserve unique and distinctive neighborhoods that exhibit a certain defined character worthy of protection, such as the physical features, design characteristics, and recognized cultural or historical identity. The West Grove possesses meaningful architectural and cultural heritage and beautiful tree canopy that is being erased due to insensitive redevelopment, such as the project that's the subject of the proposed settlement. It is clear that stringent design review and enforcement of the language of the NCD is lacking. Please make the best decision for the residents and voters who are counting on you to mandate that the intent of the NCD and basic building codes are followed to assure a better Coconut Grove for all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Fecto. I live at 2542 Swanson Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33133. To the Honorable Mayor and City Commissioners, I'm aware that the item 7404 in the West Grove illegal setback is going to be allowed to continue. I and my neighbors and friends are very angry about this. Please don't allow this developer to get away with this. Please prove I have voted for you for the right reason. Thank you.
My name is John Dolson. I reside at 4205 Lennox Drive in Coconut Grove. I'm a longtime resident. I'm calling about RE1, which is, in my opinion, the most egregious and flagrant violation of the city code I've seen in my lifetime in any city or country I've lived in. That zoning on that house, which was under a terrible lie to begin with, doesn't even have room for fire department people to get between the houses in the case of a fire or accident. The house that has been built on that property that close should be torn down. There should be no compromise with the city. It's a flagrant violation, and we really shouldn't let this pass. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rose Pujol. I live at 2455 South Bayshore Drive. I am calling regarding the property located at 3374 and 3384 Day Avenue. This is a situation that must be addressed without a settlement that you have on the table that does not take into account the non-compliance and permits other developers to come in and do the same thing. This is the reason you have a building and zoning department, and if your inspector made a mistake, then the agreement that is on the table does not address all the issues. Whatever agreement is made, all parties involved should be taken into account. And this agreement leaves the neighbors out. Thank you very much for your time. Rose Pujol.
Greetings, Commissioners. Christine Rupp, Executive Director, Dade Heritage Trust, 190 Southeast 12th Terrace, Miami 33131. I'm calling today to comment about DI1, the discussion item regarding Army Corps of Engineers Miami-Dade Back Bay Coastal Storm feasibility study. Dade Heritage Trust urges the Corps to prioritize natural and nature-based features over gray infrastructure. The South Florida coastline was originally made up of mangrove forests and coastal wetlands and significant patch reefs. And those elements, as you know, have been lost due to intensive development, urbanization, dredging. Restoring these natural elements will provide an effective and inexpensive way, as opposed to gray infrastructure, a way to protect South Florida's coastal areas from storm risks. Natural infrastructure is being used across the globe as a way to mitigate storm surge and sea level rise, and it must be put first to ensure a healthier marine and coastal environment and to aid in the ongoing and much needed environmental preservation efforts in South Florida. Thank you.
My name is Carl, K-A-R-L, Munch, M-U-E-N-C-H. My address is 1699 South Bayshore Lane, Miami 33133. I urge you to support the letter by Attorney David Winker and reject the settlement on the Day Avenue item on the agenda.
My name is Rachel Cardello, and I live at 2175 Tiger Tail Avenue, and I'm speaking regarding Resolution 17404 in reference to 3384 Day Avenue. I attended the February 28, 2019 commission hearing when the NCD proposed changes were heard, and I recently watched the video on the city's website. Commissioner Carollo referenced to the quote made famous by Ronald Reagan by saying, "We have to trust but verify," and continued to say, "The administration today cannot verify." And when you catch someone, they throw out all kinds of accusations and falsehoods, so you can never verify what has happened. We heard a lot during those discussions to just enforce the code we have. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't need strengthening, just enforcement. And there was the other rally cry, don't take away property rights. So here we are, nearly a year and a half later, with numerous examples of built structures throughout Coconut Grove in violation of the current, on the books today, NCD code. We cannot allow it to continue. We cannot just keep accepting the structure kind of meets the code, that the administration who's reviewing for compliance can't quite verify. We have to enforce the code we have. And if a mistake is made by the city, a builder, or an owner, it must be corrected fully. No project that violates the code can be allowed to remain, and as a result, depreciate the basic property rights of light, air, and safety entitled to that property's neighbor. Please enforce the code we have. Do what is right. Reject the settlement before you regarding 3384 Day Avenue. Thank you.
Debbie Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove. I would like to comment on RE1, the settlement of 3384 Day Avenue. At the commission meeting on May 14th, 2020, this agenda item was discussed. I would like to remind the commissioners of their statements on the record and urge them to stand by their convictions. Commissioner Russell, you stated, the problem with the settlement is that we are caving. We are telling our community that we are not following our zoning code. We approve things that are illegal, and when we get sued, we are going to let them off the hook. The value of a community and our neighborhood has to do with us respecting our zoning code and following our own rules, and we are not. Commissioner Reyes, you stated, our system has been played. This is a monstrosity. I will support your arguments, Commissioner Russell, and you are absolutely right. We have to stop this. Commissioner Carollo, you added, is there any accountability? No one in this city ever has to pay any price for so-called mistakes. This can't go on any longer in any of our districts. Commissioner Hardiman, you recently posted the following sentiment online, which says it all. Our community, our city, our home. Commissioners, this is your opportunity to put your words into action. Do not accept this settlement. Stand up for our city. Vote no on RE1. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. Nikki Heyer. I live at 244 Biscayne Boulevard, Suite 4908 in Miami, and I'm commenting on the wall that someone is suggesting be built down along the bayfront, and I would suggest that maybe the Dutch have other ways to consider water and how to deal with improving the water situation coming into Miami. I would also suggest that a 17-foot wall would inhibit the beautification of our city. Thanks.
My name is Casey Dresbach, Community Engagement Coordinator for Miami Waterkeeper. We are a Miami-based nonprofit dedicated to defending and protecting South Florida's watershed through community engagement and advocacy rooted in sound science. Address is 2103 Coral Way, Miami, Florida, 33145. I'm calling to express my concern with the Corps' proposal for the Back Bay study, agenda item DI1. This study represents a significant and important opportunity for our community to leverage billions of dollars in federal investments. However, I believe in its current state, the study does not appropriately consider routine flooding, environmental justice, or nature-based solutions like mangrove or coral restoration. As a Miami-Dade citizen living in Brickell, I am not in favor of implementing a 35-foot seawall either. As an advocate for our environment and our watershed, I support a plan benefiting our community as a whole while reducing storm surge risk. Some examples of such plan might include septic to sewer conversion for Little River and Arch Creek, stormwater retention and filtration, and living shorelines. I encourage you to please leverage existing community-based resilience plans such as Resiliency 305 and others. In sum, I believe this proposal includes plans that will not be acceptable for the community, are too harmful to our coastal environment, create equity problems, and do not address routine flooding from sea level rise. Thank you for your time and consideration. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Kelly Cox, and my address is 2103 Coral Way, Miami, Florida, 33145. I'm the General Counsel for a local nonprofit organization called Miami Waterkeeper, and I'd like to comment today on discussion item number 1. This commission is going to be discussing the Army Corps of Engineers Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study. And this study represents a more than $4 billion potential investment to address storm surge and related impacts in this county. This influx of federal funds could really change the face of resiliency projects in our community. However, this proposal is largely lacking in a number of areas, And we're at a critical inflection point to reframe this opportunity into something that would be desirable and equitable for our community. We encourage this commission to support a locally preferred alternative plan, which should include nature and nature-based features such as looping shorelines and coral restoration, as well as blended gray-green infrastructure. Many potential project locations exist within city limits, including Virginia Key and Maurice Beret Park. Such an alternative should include measures to improve stormwater retention, flow infiltration in an effort to mitigate flooding impacts while protecting Biscayne Bay water quality. It should also include fortification of our wastewater treatment plants, including the Central District plant, which is located within city limits. The plan should include septic to sewer conversion, particularly in places like Little River or Coconut Grove, both within the city's limits. And finally, a locally preferred plan should include existing recommendations from stakeholder-built plans such as the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact and the Resilient 305 Initiative, both of which the city has already been involved with. I encourage this commission to champion a locally preferred alternative for the Back Bay study so that this community may leverage much-needed federal funding to fortify our shorelines, protect our communities, and safeguard our environment and way of life. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioners, good morning. My name is Lauren Paulette, and I am a resident at 8976 Northwest 169th Street. I'd like to leave a comment on item D 1.1. I'm also a BA candidate for environmental studies at Johns Hopkins University. I'm worried about the prospects of my future as a Miami resident. In an ideal world, I will have the option to settle down in this magical city and continue residing here with my family for the foreseeable future. However, our city needs to come up with a resilience plan in order to satisfy this need. I appreciate your consideration of a plan that will invest billions of dollars into flooding solutions for our community. How our city proceeds with resiliency planning is of the utmost importance to me. However, I am concerned that this proposal does not adequately consider environmental justice or nature-based solutions like mangrove or coral reef restoration. I'm a firm believer in ecological design principles, which try to integrate urban planning with natural processes instead of imposing man-made structures on a complex natural system. There are several locations in Miami where living shorelines of gray-green infrastructure can be implemented, including Jose Marti Park, Virginia Key, and Reynolds Park, to name a few. I encourage you to ask yourselves if USACE really needs to develop a plan that caters specifically to the short-term interests of real estate investments on the coast. I believe that we need to consider an environmentally friendly solution that meets the long-term needs of an average resident of this city. Our resiliency planning should always recognize how sea level rise affects economically and socially vulnerable communities in Miami. Commissioners, I hope that you will recommend a more equitable distribution of this $4.6 billion investment to support and protect under-resourced communities. Please seek the expertise of environmental groups united with our city for this cause, like the Miami Waterkeeper and the Creel Institute. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Melissa Meyer of 3161 Ohio Street in the Coconut Grove Village West. I'm standing approximately 400 feet from my home in front of 3374 Day Avenue to ask the City Commission today to please do not settle with the developer of this project that is clearly not in compliance with our building code and a serious safety hazard. But we have a couple of other serious violations to point out to you today because this project that is on the corner of Perryford Drive and Day Avenue is also not following the road code on the side setback. This street, in comparison to Day Avenue, which is 22 feet wide, is only 12 feet wide. So over the course of construction, the street has gotten narrower and narrower. And the size of the project is supposed to have a 5-foot side, room for the 5-foot sidewalk in the public right of way, plus an additional 10 feet before the construction actually begins. So this setback wall right there is where the construction should begin. So if you come back here and look at these two other projects behind this building, there's two more duplexes that appear to adhere to the building setback from the edge of the road, which is room for a 5-foot setback. So I'm going to take a measurement right here to see exactly how far the building is set back from the edge of the 12-foot road, and I see it's only 2.5 feet from the edge of the road. So I'm here to ask you today to please insist that this project be brought into full compliance with our laws so we can set a new precedent for the city of Miami. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Dr. John Nort. I am recording this 2-minute message for the City Commission on the 9th of July on 7404 resolution, and I am recommending completely reject any settlement. This is breaking the law. This is setting a lousy precedent for the city to allow developers to control what they want to do. This is clearly bad for neighborhoods. It goes against everything that the city and our neighborhood stands for. And unfortunately, to let it go would just open the door, the nose of the camel under the tent. Sejas, just because he's not there, he did work for the city. The city is responsible, and the city should tear the building down. That would send an excellent message to all the other people out there that are doing such scurrilous things as skirting the rules. It just shouldn't happen. Tear the building down. Dr. John Nort, 3580 Royal Palm Avenue, Coconut Grove. I've lived here my entire life. I've been very active in the Grove, and I feel very certain that this should never, ever happen again.
Greetings, my name is Abigail Ape. I'm a resident at 244 Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. My comment is in regards to the Army Corps of Law study that is happening. Although we do need resiliency measures, what's being proposed is most definitely not green enough. We need to enhance our waterfront to protect our environment and to improve the resident quality of life. So I would encourage the Army Corps to go back to the drawing board and see how they could create a wall that's going to enhance our waterfront, protect our environment, and improve the quality of life for the residents of Miami.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Andy Parrish, President of Wind and Rain Home Builders, offices at 3678 Grand Avenue. I am calling regarding item RE1/Resolution 7404. I beg you not to enter any settlement regarding 3374 Day Avenue that will leave this blatantly illegal structure standing for decades to come. If you do, then the citizens of Village West Coconut Grove will know that you don't give a hoot about them or their neighborhood. As commissioners, you do not want to have your names forever associated with a structure that literally anyone driving down Day Avenue will say, how in the world did that ever get approved? It is not enough to say it was a series of unintentional mistakes. Your own eyes tell you otherwise. This was no unintentional mistake. It was, at best, the result of a series of grossly negligent actions by one or more city officials. You have the power to order this structure demolished. Please, in the name of justice, see that this monument to greed comes down. Thank you.
Yes, this is David Volano. I live at 2453 Inagua Avenue in Miami 33133. I'm speaking regarding item RE number 1, the Day Avenue settlement. I'd like to encourage the Commission to reject the approved settlement agreement for the Day Avenue property in Coconut Grove. As you may know, the city recently posted a video on its website in which the Planning and Zoning Department described itself as a, quote, well-oiled machine that is, again, quote, pro-development. Well, if that is indeed the case, I would encourage the City Commission to do everything within its power to ensure that this pro-development impulse is expressed by planning and zoning in a manner that is both fully legal and consistent with all applicable zoning and building codes. To do anything else would invite plenty more of what the Commission is sadly addressing today, both an outraged community of residents, along with the ever-mounting legal bills being footed by our taxpayers. Please reject this settlement.
My name is Gloriana M. Calhoun. I reside at 3665 Park Lane, Miami 33133, and I reject the settlement agreement resolution 7404 regarding the hideous situation at 3374 and 3384 Day Avenue. This should not be allowed. It's a clear violation of laws, and we're not a row house area. This is, and it sets a very bad precedent
for more development like this to come. This must be stopped and stopped now. It's a clear violation of the law, no matter what anybody says. Thank you very much.
Amal Sol Kabani, President, Downtown Neighbors Alliance, Vice President, 50 Biscayne, resident of 50 Biscayne, speaking on DI1. Dear City Commissioners, I hope you are all staying safe in these very trying times. Thank you for everything you're doing for your residents. I kindly urge you, please, to request that the Army Corps goes back to the drawing board in reference to the Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Study and come up with solutions that are greener and more aesthetic to the waterfront bay, please. This has a direct impact on the property values and thus the tax that are being collected by the city of Miami. I appreciate that, and God bless.
I'm David Winker, and I live at 2222 Southwest 17th Street. Behind me is the project at 3374 and 3384 Day Avenue. As you can see, there is a 6-inch gap between the roofs of these structures. This project is a safety hazard and an eyesore in the West Grove. We are asking that the Commission not approve the settlement of the lawsuit by the developer, who is seeking to complete this project based upon the fact that the project was approved by the City Planning Department and the City Attorney's Office. This settlement would allow the developer to complete the project, despite the settlement agreement finding that this is the result of, quote, misrepresentations contained in the developer's application, close quote. Allowing the completion of this project would set a terrible precedent that could be used in the future by developers. Remember that in the Puerto Rican flag mural case, the Commission allowed the non-compliant mural to remain because other non-compliant murals were not forced to be taken down in the neighborhood. The approval of this settlement would provide the blueprint for developers that don't want to comply with the code, who will be able to argue that the law needs to apply uniformly to everyone, and the city is not enforcing the setback rules uniformly on other developers, so why should it apply to them? This was not a mistake. It is not an accident. It was an intentional and unlawful effort by the developer to build an obviously illegal structure. The city should not be settling anything with wrongdoers. Please vote no on the settlement agreement and yes to the city enforcing its laws and protecting its neighborhoods.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue, Coconut Grove. I'm calling about RE1. What has happened at 3384 Day Avenue and other locations in Coconut Grove is a violation of our city's zoning laws. Everyone knows that the developers, architects, structural engineers, surveyors, and construction companies are familiar with the setback laws. Make no mistake about it, there was no mistake here. Building these houses within the setback was a deliberate act, but even if it was done out of ignorance, we all know that ignorance of the law is no excuse. No one is above the law. The logical conclusion of this issue is that the offending buildings must be demolished. There is a legal precedent in the state of Florida in the case of Pinecrest Lakes and Chagall. Brand new buildings which were built in violation of the law were ordered by the court to be demolished, and they were indeed. You need to send a message that the city of Miami enforces its zoning laws and will not be manipulated, tricked, or bullied. This is a golden opportunity to do the right thing and to show the city of Miami it's not controlled by developers or money. On the other hand, if those buildings are allowed to stand, you will have set a terrible precedent and shown that Miami places a greater value on pleasing developers than protecting the public interest. You were elected to protect the public interest. This is your time to show everyone that you believe in that.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Alala Medefris. I'm the VP of Policy and Advocacy at Catalyst Miami and located at 3000 Biscayne Boulevard, Suite 210. in Miami. So I'm calling in regards to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Back Bay study. I believe they're giving you a presentation today. I'd like to speak in opposition of this study. They're proposing a lot of gray, cement infrastructure, where the community has asked time after time after time to invest in green infrastructure. In addition, these solutions will not be sufficient to address sea level rise or heavy rainstorms. And so we sacrifice a lot to invest billions of dollars in something the community has never expressed interest in. I highly suggest that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and yourselves push them to go back to the drawing board and to listen to the many plans, the many proposals, and the many meetings that community members have expressed their interest in regards to climate solutions in Miami. All right, thank you so much. Bye.
That was the end of recorded public comment. We do have one caller left.
Okay, sir, you're live with the commission. Go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jonathan Lovitz with the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce, 1331 F Street in Washington, D.C., and also speaking on behalf of the Miami-Dade Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce at 1130 Washington Avenue. Calling in regards to Resolution 8, including recognizing LGBT-owned businesses and city economic development opportunities. And I wish to thank Mayor Suarez for introducing this important resolution, which mirrors identical policies already in place in Orlando, Tampa, and Orange County, Florida, as well as nearly 25 cities and states across the country. This is not about any kind of special treatment or providing an opportunity that is out of order with any other existing policy. It's about fairness and opportunity. Miami is one of the most inclusive and LGBT celebratory places in America, and all we are asking for is a recognition of the business community there as already exists for other diverse communities. LGBT businesses in the United States add $1.7 trillion to the U.S. economy every year and create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. That's what we want to see happen right here in Miami. I want to be clear that this resolution, as I said, does not offer any kind of special treatment or set aside, and doesn't cost the city a nickel, as this program is entirely revenue neutral and free of red tape, as has been demonstrated throughout the state of Florida and around the country. What it does is declare Miami as open for business with the LGBT community, which is going to result in a new pipeline of small business owners creating jobs throughout the city. I heard the city attorney mention earlier that you'll soon be seeking an external counsel, for example, and that is something that can be sourced directly from an LGBT or other minority certified business in the region. So this is simply about fairness, economic opportunity, and doing what's right, especially as we're celebrating the wins for workplace equality that were just gained in the Supreme Court, which unfortunately do not protect small business owners. Florida is one of 30...
Sir, your 2 minutes have expired.
Do not give money to your kind. Well, Miami can...
That's the end of public comment.
Thank you very much. Public comment has ended. So now we're going to continue on with the agenda. We have an RE agenda. Is there a motion to approve the RE agenda?
So moved.
We're properly moved, seconded by the chair to approve the RE agenda. Is there any discussion whatsoever?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, Mr. Vice Chairman.
On RE3, I just had a couple questions for the police chief before we vote on the item, if he's available. And then on RE7, I have some concerns regarding the in-person meeting for September. On RE8, I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor if I'm not already.
I am available, Commissioner, to answer any questions. And good morning, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, and all our electeds.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman? if I may.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief. I understand this is with regard to the receiving the funds from the Wynwood bid to implement the security system with regard to the cameras. Can you help put on the record your philosophy and policy of how these cameras will or will not be used with regard to the protection of privacy of our residents and visitors?
Sure. So like we use with all our technology, Commissioner, our approach here is one that is passive in nature. We're not tracking where people go. We're not interested in following patterns, for example, where people dine. This is solely for the prevention of crime, number one, because that's what we'd like is the absence of crime. And so we'd like to tell people we have cameras here. You should know that. And so follow the law. And then number two, if a crime did occur, then that's when we use our technology to help us identify who committed the crime and try to arrest that person, obviously, as efficiently as possible so they don't go out and victimize more people. We have solved murders and many crimes because of the technology that we use. And just to give you an example, Commissioner, yesterday in the West Grove, there was a shooting where a person was shot. That person returned fire and grazed a 3-year-old child in a vehicle. We were able to pick up that vehicle with our cameras and our technology, identify the shooter. We have since recovered that vehicle, critical evidence, and are now in the process of finding the shooter who we know who the shooter is. It's just an example of how powerful and how important it is for us to have this technology.
Thank you, Chief. Will there be any sort of facial recognition utilized with the system or anything like that?
No. So the only time that we use facial recognition, we do use that technology. And I know that this has been controversial in other cities. What we did, Commissioner, is that we looked at those other cities that had issues, learned from their mistakes, adjusted our policy to make sure that we have every safeguard in place so that this technology isn't misused or abused. We only use facial recognition technology as a lead to be able to help us identify who might have committed a crime. We don't use that for any other purpose. As a matter of fact, we own the data that we store, Commissioner. So we've shifted from companies that do both private and public business to companies that only do government business, and we own our images. We own everything that we record here, and we don't share that or sell that information, obviously, to anybody. And these are some of the things that we've put in place. We've met with the ACLU. We've met with many different groups that have had concerns and have actually implemented a lot of the safeguards. So there needs to be a lead. It'll only be used as a lead. It needs to be documented why we use the technology. What is the case number? What's the reference? Who used it? Very limited in how many people use it. We're very careful because we recognize how our residents and our citizens are weary of these types of intrusion. And so we take that very serious.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Chairman, on the other item, RE7, could we have a little discussion regarding the public meeting proposed at our teammate theater?
Yes, we may. You're working on it.
I have a couple of legal questions with regard to that meeting. Let's say, for example, our infection rate increases, our hospitalization numbers increase. We see the crisis worsening, let's say, hypothetically, in September. Can we shift at that time and have a virtual meeting, considering that the governor extends his order? Or are we bound to an in-person meeting based on this resolution? I want to make sure we have that flexibility, and if that involves a floor amendment now, I would ask of that, so that any commissioners who aren't comfortable being in an enclosed space with a public meeting could attend virtually, and any residents would still be allowed to propose comments virtually, if allowed by the governor at that time.
Chairman, if I may?
Please.
We would need to amend this resolution in order to allow for that flexibility if you wish to have a virtual meeting. we would have to amend this.
Madam City Attorney, do you have any language prepared that would allow not a complete binary all or nothing, virtual or in person, but the potential for anyone who wishes to attend, including commissioners, to do so virtually?
Give me one moment and we'll get to that language.
Thank
Was
you.
there another issue that you wanted to discuss?
I have a question. I have a question.
You recognize, Senator.
To the city attorney. Can we do that if the governor has not extended the ability to hold these virtual meetings, our ability to hold these virtual meetings? Can we now do something today before he does that?
We would obviously make it contingent on that extension. Otherwise, you need to
I thought you didn't like anything being contingent.
I don't, but unfortunately, you all don't listen to me. But we would have
But sometimes it's good, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. Right?
No,
it's legal.
We would have to make it contingent. That's the only way, because you're absolutely right. If they're not extended, you have to have quorum. So you have to have quorum at least of 3. I think that we would be able to have a quasi-virtual meeting with just a quorum of 3 and then everything else being virtual. Because of the extenuating circumstances, and some people cannot come because of COVID. But it would, so those are all the things that you would take into play. You could do a quasi-virtual. We don't have to change that because you would still have quorum. So that we wouldn't have to change anything. If you want to have a potential for a virtual meeting, we just have to make it contingent on obviously the governor still extending his order, and we need to make this amendment to this particular item to be sure to do it.
So let me understand. I just want to be clear. Typically, everyone would need to be in the place. You would need to have quorum in a place, especially on the decision-making items. If you were to take someone's vote, remotely, everyone. Quorum had to be in place. So the deciding vote could not be someone who was, let me not put it that way. Let me not complicate it any further than what I just said.
You need quorum. You need quorum. You need 3.
So right now, with the way it is set up, you don't have to be in any particular place. Right? So quorum can be set up virtually.
Right.
So then the question would be, in relation to this meeting that we've set, will we intend to have persons in person? Can't we still just have the virtual requirements apply? Which is, if 1 or 2 commissioners decide to be in that space, that's the space that they are in, and then the other commissioners appear virtually. Because even if the commissioners are in a space, for instance, right now I'm in my office, but if I were at that space, if I were at the Ultimate Theater, right? And I was still virtual. You have people who are speaking that are present, but then I'm also virtual online. Couldn't that still solve the issue?
So I think we're talking 2 different things, and I just want to clarify. The governor's order allows for no quorum. Okay, if the governor's order does not exist, we have to have quorum. So that's one issue. Physical quorum somewhere that we have to designate. The other issue is, without the governor's order, we just need the physical quorum at a location. That's if we want to have a virtual meeting, assuming that the governor's order exists, not taking into account any quorum, we need to amend this resolution to state that. Just that we will have either a meeting at Manuel Artime or a virtual meeting via city commission based on the governor's order. So those are your 2 options, other than having physical quorum of 3, and then you could do whatever you want for the rest. Depend whether there is a governor's order or not. And that's just based on the Attorney General's opinion that said, absent this governor's order, you cannot have virtual meetings, period. So that's where all this is coming from.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, what is our time frame for making this decision? Do we need to do it this early leading up to the September meeting? Because there's so many variables we don't know between now and then, which may deem it unsafe for us to get together. I miss my fellow commissioners, but I do not want to be in a room together with all of us at this time. I just think it's not safe for us nor the public, and I don't think we want to set a bad example.
The only time frame we have is that we don't have any August meetings, so we would have to discuss this or have for at least by the next meeting, so you could have that first September meeting, because we have to set the resolution with the location, and that's what we're doing.
Could we defer this item until the second meeting in July, just to
Yes.
study a little further and be careful?
Yes, we can.
And I know this isn't my item, so I'd like to defer to the commissioners who are proposing the meeting.
We have to do it at least 30 days before, and that meeting would be the next one, because we don't have an August meeting. That's the issue, to set the location.
Senator, you recognize.
I would just concur with Commissioner Russell. We defer till the next meeting, and we'll have a better lay of the land by that time, right? What the governor has done or not done, whether he's extended it, and we'll have a better idea what to do at that point, and where we are with the current crisis.
The only other issue.
So I move that we defer.
I'll second that.
The only other issue is that budget item. If Chris Rose can advise if that budget item can also be reset.
Well, I don't know if I can move, because I think we have a motion on the floor, right, Mr. Chair? Your motion to accept the whole RE items, right?
Well, I will consider it a superseding motion, so you can.
Okay, so I want to move that we defer this particular item.
Seconded to defer, as stated on the record, item RE7. Any discussion?
Commissioners,
Yes, Vicky.
that can Chris Rose say whether that other item, because remember we listed a location for the September 10th meeting, so can that be also reset?
Well, let's dispose of this motion first, and then we'll do the other one, right? So let's just vote on this one. So we take a vote on this one, and then we defer the other one too, right?
Or you can amend the motion.
Right. We'll amend the motion then to defer what's the other item? What's
RE5.
RE5. So I move that we defer RE5 and RE7.
All right, the mover and seconder agree, seeing no objection. Also seeing no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Recognize.
Sure, just in passing the Wynwood bid item, I want to publicly thank the Wynwood bid and these two donations that they've made last year and this year. That's $300,000 in taxpayer money that isn't needed to help keep the city safe and keep its residents safe and its visitors. And I think it's important to recognize that there's private entities that are willing to assist us in our function and in our charge. And so I want to publicly thank them for the contribution that they've made. And I'd like to publicly thank you and the rest of the electeds for supporting this and supporting us in the police department in really many different ways. I was notified probably an hour ago unofficially. We expect the official letter to come soon, but I was notified by Corey Sanders, civil rights attorney for the Department of Justice, that we are no longer under a monitor, that the city of Miami has been lifted. As you recall, the City of Miami Police Department came under investigation by the Department of Justice in 2012 after a string of controversial shootings back in 2010 and 11. We're no longer under that investigation. The Department of Justice has determined that our practices and the way that we function and our policies are now models for many other agencies. I think it's important to note that there are many departments across this country that have been under monitors for many years, well before us, and continue to be. And we were able to achieve this with the help of many people, including our electeds, who have supported us and all the different the reforms and the changes and the technology and the things that we've been able to do here to be a better police department. So thank you, Mr. Chair, our city manager, our mayor, and all our commissioners. I think this is a proud day in the city of Miami, and I want to thank you all.
Mr. Chair.
Recognize, sir. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, I have a couple of questions on RE8 that I wanted to be clarified, and I will add some language to it if it is accepted, because my main concern is that every time that we legislate and there is any legislation that we pass, it could have future consequences. And what I want to do is I don't want to open up a Pandora box over here. And although I want to make clear that I fully support the decision of the Supreme Court, the recent decision of the Supreme Court, that it forbids any type of discrimination based on sexual preference. And I think that I share the victory that the LGBT population, they obtain, because I think it's real. It is fair and justice has been done. Having said that, I had always been in favor that our procurement process be sexless and colorless, and we shouldn't have any type of discrimination based on any sex or orientation, sex and color, place of origin, ethnic or religion. I do agree with that, and I totally support it. But in this resolution, I see some things that not that I'm against the resolution, that we recognize that everybody should be treated equally. But I think that we are making some differences here. One thing that I would like to ask is that the reference to minority and women-owned business program be removed, because that was repealed in 2008. It was repealed. I mean, you can reduce, and then it's not using. Also, I have a little problem with the tracking system, because if we are tracking a segment of the population, why don't we track another segment of the population? And right there, then and there, we are differentiating between different people in the population. Why don't you track the Afro-Americans that have been, or the women, or the Hispanics, or how about somebody that from another, or from a religion, somebody that has a certain religion said, well, I feel discriminated. So I think that by having a tracking system, we are opening ourselves. I mean, the city is going to open up to all the people demanding that they want to be tracked also. That's one thing, okay? And I will ask that we add a sentence that says that it's clearly stated, because I don't believe in preference or set aside, that does not create a preference or set aside. Because what I don't want to do is to open ourselves to further request from other groups to be also request set asides also, and then the whole purpose of making our procurement process totally colorless and sexless, it will be totally defeated. We are violating our own policies, and also the scholarships should be a line that says that scholarships are not to be funded by the city. We shouldn't be incurring any of those funds. And that is my only concern about it. And I very respectfully request from the mayor that those minor changes be made, and in order for me to be comfortable and not afraid that in the future this will create a problem for the city of Miami. When we do something, when we create laws or we make a decision, we should look ahead all the time, because I have seen many a times that the past decisions have created future problems. And that's the only thing that I want to do, is to avoid future problems. And this doesn't change at all that we at the city of Miami, we are demanding that our procurement process be fair for every single person, regardless where they come from, sexual orientation, the color of the skin, or any other.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Reyes, this is actually a really healthy discussion for us to have, so we understand what the repercussion of this resolution would be. I'm of the understanding that we would track these, much like finding minority-owned businesses or female-owned businesses, in order to empower them through the procurement system. And I believe there's precedent for this, where you may receive additional points if you are within a certain tract population who is a business owner applying to the city. Because if that's the intention of this, it may actually be the opposite of what you're saying. And I just want to make sure and clear that we're all voting on the same thing here. And if your amendment would reverse the spirit of the resolution itself, we could have an issue. So maybe the procurement department could help us clarify this.
Yes.
Or the mayor who originally introduced it. But my reading of it, my intention in sponsoring it, is to identify populations who have been traditionally disadvantaged in application process, either because they are smaller businesses or of a minority community, or of a community that has had less inclusivity in our programs and less inclusion in our programs, that we're giving them some help to make sure they're in the process and at the table. And so that's my intention in sponsoring this legislation. And I just want to make sure that that's not undermined by the amendment.
Sir, my question is, are we tracking any other type of population, or are we tracking now? Actually, we're not doing. I don't think so. I don't think so. And that is my point. We are not tracking everybody. And what we want to do is to and is there. I mean, if there is proof that anybody, not all LGBT, or any population, any part of any group in Miami that has been discriminated, I totally disagree with it, and then I will propose very strict measures to it. But as of now, I would like to ask procurement if we have, or the legal department, have we had any complaints of people that have been denied any contracts because they have been part of the LGBT population, or they are Cubans, or they are blacks, or they are from other countries? If we have that, if that is the case, then I think that we should track everybody. You see. But if we are not, we don't have that. I mean, we don't have proof that is taking place. That action is taking place. I don't think that we should start tracking, because then why don't we track everybody? And that also has a financial impact. You see, I mean, believe me, I agree with this. I agree with all whole support of the LGBT population in our procurement process, and everybody else. I agree with it. I approve and I applaud the Supreme Court for the decision. You see, but what I don't want is to create further problems for the city of Miami. You see, I think it is our responsibility to take care of all our population, but to look ahead what kind of problems we could create. And that's it. The spirit of this resolution is not violated just by saying, I mean, we are, as a matter of fact, we cannot create any set aside now. You see, We cannot create set-asides. We cannot create quotas. You see, we cannot create quotas. And what I want is to make sure that we are not opening up a Pandora box. That's all. I mean, I have nothing against this resolution. I totally support it, but those items are the ones that really, make me think that it could be a future problem for our city. And I think it is my duty as an elected official not to look at the present, but to look at the future. What's going to happen in the future? You see, what could other groups demand if we provide some preferences to one group? It doesn't matter if they came from Cuba, Santo Domingo, or they are Afro-Americans, they are women, it doesn't matter, or they are from different religions. I don't care. The thing is that we have to be fair, we have to be colorless, and we have to be sexless. And the dealings of the city of Miami should be like that. And by making a distinction, then I think that we are violating the principle of being totally inclusive. That is my point. And it doesn't, I don't think that is going to create any I will say a negative effect of this resolution.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Recognize, sir.
Is Director Perez available?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, commissioners, chair, vice chair.
Have we tracked in the past any particular group, and have we ever offered additional points on a procurement for a minority-owned business or anything like that?
So in the past, before my time my tenure at the city, there was a minority program. And as Commissioner Reyes alluded, in 2008, there was a federal court case against Miami-Dade County. And what the results of the case, and Victoria can jump in, the results of the case were that in order for you to have a minority program, you would have to do a disparity study, a very extensive disparity study, and you would have to show unequivocally that there is disparity. The school board, for example, has done that successfully. When that federal ruling came down, my understanding is the city did end its program because, obviously if the county was found, our program mirrored the county's program. So after that, we have not had any programs as that tracks or has any special points for minority businesses.
Through the chair.
So,
and did we do any disparity study? And so you're saying we did not do a disparity study following that, and we have disbanded any preferential treatment on procurement for minority applicants?
To my knowledge, yes. A disparity
so from your
disparity
understanding
studies are very.
that, then this could actually be a legal question as well.
Mm-hmm.
Would this resolution fall into that same category where it would need a disparity study? And the reason, here's where I'm going with this. I agree with Commissioner Reyes that we should be colorblind to things. We shouldn't have to create preferences or additional points for any particular community. But we can't be blind to the fact that there are groups that have had a disadvantage in applying. And so helping them would be the right thing to do. Now, the only way to quantify that would be through that disparity study. And I'm confident that that disparity study would show that the majority of applicants that are winning RFPs with the city are not owned by minorities, and certainly not LGBT owned or female owned businesses. So I would, if that study is necessary before passing a reso like this, I want to make sure we do it in the right way and order, so that it would survive any challenge, and it's done in the right way, not just on a whim and not from a political urge. That we are recognizing there's a disparity, and we're trying to address that disparity. Because I believe that there is, and we would see that.
Well, I could support that. I could support that. And what I want to do it, I want to do it the right way. And I don't want this to be challenged in court or anything. What I want to do it is do it the way that should be done. If a disparity analysis, study should be done in order for us to be within the frame of the law, let's do it.
So
let's do it.
If I may, the part in the therefore clause just above, or section 4 of the therefore clause, what it says is that the Miami City Commission directs the city administration to provide LGBTQ-owned businesses with training programs and services consistent with those offered to minority women and veteran-owned businesses in the city, to ensure such businesses are familiar with how to do business with the city and are informed about the procurement opportunity. That language, I don't believe, touches anything that, say, for instance, a disparity study would be consistent with. That language is more so saying that include these people so that they understand how the procurement process works, that they are brought into the fold when it comes to training, how to apply, things of that nature. That's what that says. Now, this whole 2008 disparity study, obviously that was just a bit before my time in the city of Miami, quite a bit before my time actually. And the disparity study is something completely different necessarily than the LGBTQ clause that I just read into the record. And so, Madam City Attorney, what I would like for you to do is draft a resolution, or this is direction to the city attorney to draft a resolution regarding disparity studies for African American, minority, and women-owned businesses, so that we can have an opportunity to discuss that on the day separately, and provide the tools necessary to help underrepresented historically businesses within our community, so that they have a better opportunity to compete. But I want to make clear that this resolution, Commissioner Reyes, is not equal to what you stated on the record earlier. So it's not, this resolution is not something that gives LGBTQ people a greater opportunity than anyone else. That's not.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Sure. Finish.
All right. So what this resolution does, it does develop a database and registry of LGBTQ-owned businesses that are 51% or more LGBT owned by 51% or more owned by LGBTQ individuals, which I think is is somewhat of a challenge anyway, because not everyone identifies as LGBTQ all of their life, or maybe all of their business life. They may come into that understanding later on in their life. But nonetheless, that's what it does. And it really puts the onus on the NGLCC to provide, to create the scholarship. It's not the City of Miami dollars or anything of that nature. So the city is not spending any major funds or any funds in doing that. So go ahead, Commissioner Reyes, and then I'll
Yes, I'm not saying that we are, what I'm stating here is that by tracking, and by keeping having a difference on what, how
they identify. It may cost us money.
No, it's not going to cost us money. The thing is, once we start tracking a certain group, why don't we track another group? That's my problem. And if this type of study have to be done, and we have to prove that there has been discrimination, or there have been some group have been left out of the obtaining some projects and procurements. Procurement is using some type of system that favors one over the other. I think that we should analyze that before we go into this, and not only Afro Americans, also Hispanics and every other kind of population, part of our population in the city of Miami. You see, if projects are not awarded according to the qualifications of the applicant, and it is based on different. I would say the favoritism. You see, that should be stopped. Whoever is getting that those projects. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't start at this time creating a system that is going to, particularly is going to be for a certain population instead of a system that will benefit the whole population. That's all the only thing that I'm saying. I'm saying let's not be and just create a different category now. You see, if we are creating a different category, why don't we create all the categories and anybody from any other, maybe different religions, different faith will come in and say, well, how about us? You see, why not, we're not here?
Your argument, kind of is like an all lives matter argument in a way. It's like all businesses matter. So I understand what you're saying. The one thing I will say in regards to this is that the tracking, however they choose to do it, say for instance, it's a box that they check when they start their business to say, are you a LGBTQ, IA majority owned business? That it could be as simple as that. And the one thing I will say regarding is that
but that creates a difference, sir. That creates a difference. Why don't we have another box that says, are you from the Bahamas? And another one, are you from Latin America? Another one that said, are you Afro-American? Are you Haitian?
Typically, black-owned businesses kind of fall into all of those different categories with like Bahamian, Jamaican, things of that nature.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying, some people, we are creating a classification. We're creating a different classification now.
Right.
A group of human beings.
The one thing that I will say regarding it is that I've seen in other areas, in other municipalities, such as Miami Beach, for instance,
yes,
that they use statistics about LGBTQ businesses to actually to promote their city and to promote the areas and to encourage tourism for those areas. So I think it could directly relate to a benefit to our city by encouraging people to visit the city of Miami, by encouraging people to see the different types of. I'm just saying that it's a real thing. Tourism regarding LGBTQIA statistics is very real, and I've seen it. I said on the GMCBP now. This on the now, and he'll see that on Miami Beach that is one thing that they actually promote, and it helps bring in additional dollars.
What happens if there is a company that is owned by a member of a LGBT group and they don't want to disclose that they are part of that community?
You don't have to.
And then then they'd be in a disadvantage. They will be in disadvantage by not checking on that box. And if you're checking in that box, what is going to give you an additional benefit? That is the problem. That is the problem that I don't want to create.
No, I understand what you're saying, but our legislation doesn't give them an additional benefit. Annie Perez and then the vice chair.
That's why my what I was proposing, it is a line that says that this doesn't create any preference, or I had it around here, I don't know where to place it, but it doesn't create any benefits or you see, this result does not create a preference or set aside. That's all.
If I may, commissioners, so I've given, so I believe the spirit of the legislation is to track and see how many LGBTQ businesses are out there. So I've given it a lot of thought the last 24 hours, and there is a way that we could track it without having to be intrusive and ask them to check a box. What we could do is work with the National Chamber. They also have a Miami chapter, work with the Miami chapter, and perhaps every 3 months we can get the list of certified businesses and see if any of our awardees are on that list. The other thing I would proffer is to work with the two chambers, both the national and the local, to be able to get a list and contact information and invite these firms to our, we do a lot of how to do business with the city of Miami seminars and things like that. I would love to invite them to be a part of that. Invite them. Now we're on the BidSync platform. Invite them to register for free on BidSync so they're aware of all of our opportunities. And we're also working with Amazon on a local seller program for those businesses here, how to become sellers on Amazon. We can invite them to that as well. So that's what I proffer, thinking that, the spirit of the legislation is to track and to see.
Okay, but that's the problem, because that is when I said, well, why are we differentiating? You see, I know, and I have a lot of friends that they are a member of LGBT, and they have companies, and they go to all those seminars. And if you're going to make a special seminar for members of that community, and then why don't we include everybody? I mean, when you're offering a seminar, it should be inclusive. And I believe that being inclusive is, as I say, colorless was colorblind and sexless. That's what we are trying to achieve with all parts of our community. And that's what I'm saying. You are going to have,
if I may,
you're going to have a different seminar for a different part of our community instead of having a seminar for everybody. And you invite everybody who comes.
Sorry, Commissioner, that was not my intent. We hold these vendor workshops all the time.
Good.
We invite the small business. We have a relationship with the Federal Small Business Administration. We invite everybody on their minority list. We also have a relationship with the Miami-Dade County School Board. Everybody on their minority list is invited. We don't exclude anybody. It's just that this would be another group that now we would be inviting, like we would any other group.
Put it
We're
that
very
way.
inclusive.
Now, put it that way. That's what you invite everybody. You
Everybody.
get in touch with
We don't exclude anybody.
all the chambers of commerces that exist in the city of, in Dade County.
And we have relationships.
Okay,
So
that is fine, but I don't want. I want to make sure, and I don't care. You see that I would act the same way if it is for any other particular group. You see, I don't want to create set-asides, and I don't want to create differences. Okay, and a different category. You see, I am whole. I'm behind the decision of the Supreme Court that nobody can, and I applaud it. You see, nobody can be discriminated based on sexual orientation, and I think that it was long overdue. Okay, but what I don't want is to open a Pandora's box that then all the people that consider themselves, or they have different religions, that come from different places. Asia. You see, the Asian and Chamber of Commerce. They said, well, why don't we have so many Asians here, or the Latin Americans, whatever. You see, and we want to be tracked also, and all of that. I want to avoid that. That is the only thing. It's nothing. I'm not asking for much. The only thing that I'm saying is, let's recognize that everybody has to be included. Let's recognize that the procurement process, it is colorblind, colorless, whatever you might call it, and that it is also sexless. Your sexual orientation, or it is your problem. It is not the problem of the city, man. And you are going to be, you are going to be evaluated according to your, if you are at this moment, and we have a bid, and you have all the qualifications, and you are offering the best deal for the city of Miami, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, you're going to be aware of that. And that's the only thing that I want.
And this measure is in alignment with what you're saying. It does not give any additional benefits to people of the LGBTQ community. Now, the resolution that we're going to have, that the city attorney is going to draft for me regarding a potential set-asides after, for instance, actually the resolution will probably just be about the disparity study.
Yes, that's what I would like to see.
Possibly lead to those things. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you clarifying the language in section 4, because you're absolutely right. This doesn't expressly confer any advantage to any group. It just makes sure that we're supplying them with the training and availability to participate at the table at this point.
As we do to everybody else.
I don't think I do believe it addresses Commissioner Reyes's concerns, and I don't think it needs any amendment. And I'm ready to vote on it. For your other item, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask if you are also including you're seeking a disparity study, and are you also including the LGBT group, because you mentioned minority and women-owned businesses?
I think that we should be included, everybody. Everybody should be. The question is, has anybody is being left out because of sexual orientation and place of origin and race, whatever. It has to be everybody. And
I'll talk to the city attorney regarding the language necessary for the next item. It's not necessarily talk about it right now because it's really about direction. But of course, this is about ensuring that people who have been disadvantaged have an opportunity to participate. So I don't know exactly who that is. I am very aware that it is minority, Black men, women. Minority, women, Black-owned businesses, things of that nature. But I'm not sure if it is to be expanded to other folk, because the one thing that I've learned through all of this, and you can hide whether or not you are gay, you are trans, or whatever letter you identify with. For the most part, you can hide these things. But the one thing that I haven't been able to hide is the Black person. Right. So, but that's typically the reason that a lot of these businesses were disadvantaged in the first place. And so, I don't want to get to that just yet, because that's crossing the river without a bridge.
The bridge before getting the river. But I do agree with you. We might need that type of analysis, type of study. But the only way that I would vote in favor of this is if it is specifically. I am assured that this is not going to create. This tracking system. I will not vote for it. You see, as long as it's there, I don't think that we should be tracking anybody. And if we start tracking one group, we should be tracking everybody else, because I know that if right now, if there have been discrimination, and I'm not wanting to be agreeable to you, Mr. Chair, if it is a group that had been heavily discriminated through history, has been the Afro-American or the Blacks. Okay, and if we are going to be tracking, they should be included also in that tracking. And that's what I don't want to do. What I want to do is that create a very inclusive system, that we don't need all this tracking, and people and companies are going to be judged according to their qualifications. It's just like when you get in a job, you should be qualified, and according to the qualification and meeting all the requirements of the that are being stated by the procurement department. That's what I want. If we're going to be tracking, why don't we include the Afro-Americans? Because if it is, listen, I'm not trying to be agreeable with you and anything, but
no, I realize that you're not, Commissioner. I don't have.
And I'm stating a fact. I'm stating a fact.
With the type of language that we have here, I don't have an issue tracking other.
Okay, let's track everybody then. If we're going to track one, we track all of them. That's
something for the city administration to do. It doesn't necessarily require a resolution.
Okay, but if we're in a resolution, or we are given an order, that's what we're doing. We are giving a directive. You are going to track this group. Well, how about the other groups that has been traditionally discriminated?
Right. So I would accept the resolution. I would accept an amendment to include tracking other groups as well.
Absolutely. Then I will. And also that I want to make sure that this does not create any set aside.
It does
not, or any preference.
No, it does not.
Okay. So you include that we all going to be tracked.
Right, so I want the record to reflect that, that where, I believe in section 2, where it says they develop a database and registry of LGBTQ owned businesses, as those owned by 51% or more, blah, blah, blah.
By minorities.
That it also includes other groups. And I'll allow the administration to kind of define what those other groups are.
Define the other groups. You see, it'd be women, and would be blacks, will be Hispanics, will be Asians, will be.
No, I mean, all of it is good information, because what it could do is
fine.
show you the true disadvantages that many groups have in our community. So.
Okay.
Chair, my apologies. So that's an amendment to RE8, correct, sir?
That is an amendment to RE8, yes. Is there any further discussion?
To track other minority groups, correct?
Yes.
All other minority groups? Just to
Yes.
have,
Well, the minority is a term of art in Miami, right?
Yes, that's right. They specify the groups.
Hispanics are majority minority. That's why I said other groups, and then you further defined it.
And in the United States, sir, we are the majority now. Majority group. There are over 20 million.
all right, so we'll let the administration define those groups then.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? What's left is RE2, RE3, RE4, RE6, and RE8.
Mr. Chair.
RE5, RE7 will defer. You recognize.
Mr. Chair, may I ask that we revisit RE5? Chris has something he wants to further explain on that item relative to timing.
Well, what does he have to say about Chris? Okay, well, first,
I think we need to reconsider.
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, you're right, Senator. Let's handle our motion first. So that's the motion that's on the floor right now. All in favor, say aye.
Chair, my apologies. For RE2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, the mover was Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you're okay with the amendment to RE8, correct, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, and one last thing, Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Carroyo, and Commissioner Hardeman will be shown as co-sponsors for RE8.
And Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla too.
Understood, sir.
All right,
Mr. Chair, I move that we reconsider RE5.
The move to I want to announce for the record that the motion carries for that was on the record. There were no objections. It's been properly moved, seconded by the chair, that I was just going to readdress, but that we reconsider RE5.
RE5.
In favor, say aye.
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 That motion carries. Okay, let's address RE5.
Through the chair, Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. The item before you for the solid waste fee does need to be considered at this meeting. There are some deadlines with the property appraiser's office that we need to get it in. So I would offer that we change any language in it that says Manuel Artime to just say wherever the public budget meeting is held. And that will be set at the next meeting. And so we can get the dollar amounts in to the property appraiser with this meeting, and we can get the location set at the next meeting.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we amend RE5 to include wherever the next budget meeting is to be held.
Properly moved. And you want to make the amendment, but you also want to pass the item?
First we amend it, and then I move that we pass the item.
Okay.
So,
as amended. I move that we pass the item as amended.
Okay, there we go.
Changing the line. I move that we pass the item as amended, changing the language to wherever that meeting may be held.
Understand. Second, Madam Chair. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
To be clear for the record.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry that
You're muted, sir.
Jesus Christ. Now, you see, I'm not too familiar with this technology nowadays, but and I want to vote aye. I wanted to that I have a positive vote on that. I don't know if you
Positive vote. Yeah, we have this is positive vote. Yes.
Yes.
The
sorry, I can't hear.
On RE5. On RE5. We amended it and we passed it.
Yeah.
Now, was the pass for deferral, or was it the pass for the
So it passed.
Pass, as in we accepted the
Yes.
solid waste fee.
Yes.
Okay, understood. That's why
Yes.
that's what we did. All right, so now let's move on to our second reading. Madam City Attorney, can you read SR 1 into the record, please?
I just wanted to clarify for RE5, we'll set a separate resolution with a location referring back to this resolution next meeting.
So that's what I'm trying to clarify. That's what I was asking about. So it was interesting because what happened was on the record, the amendment was to set it to wherever place the meeting was going to be held.
Yes, and that's the amendment that is going to be for this piece of legislation. I'm just so that it's clear, at next commission meeting, when we figure out what we're doing, we'll also have a resolution that refers back to this one, whether it's all in one or not, but it'll refer back to this resolution and what the location will be.
Which means that this item is still deferred.
No, you took a vote today to pass as amended with the wherever the location will be, and this passed. I'm just saying that at next meeting, we will refer back to this and say what that location is. Just so whoever's listening will know that's what we'll do, okay? Thank you.
And Chair, just for the record, RE passed 4-0. Commissioner Reyes, did you vote in favor of RE5?
Yes, my microphone was muted, and I made it clear to the chair that I had a positive vote on it.
And I'm sorry, Chair, just a housekeeping issue. And Commissioner Reyes, RE 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8, I had you in favor of the block vote. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
My apologies, Chair.
No problem. Now we'll have the City Attorney's Office to read into the record.
SR1. SR1 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission repealing the sunsetted provisions in Chapter 56, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Taxation Ad Valorem Tax Exemption for Enterprise Zone Business, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. This item is simply taking out the sunsetted language that is in our code. This section no longer exists. However, it is still in the books, and we are removing this language so that there is no confusion. Thank you to Commissioner Reyes for pointing that out to us. And that's why this is cleanup legislation and why we're placing it on the agenda. And this is now second reading. Thank you so much.
Any discussion on the item? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move it.
It's been properly moved, seconded by the chair. All in favor, say aye.
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 All against? The motion carries. Madam City Attorney, can you read FR1 to the record?
FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 10, Section 2-829 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration Code, Code Enforcement, Civil Penalties to add violations of Chapter 10, Article 11 to the City of Miami Civil List of Violations, further amending Chapter 10 of the City Code titled Buildings, more particularly by creating a new Article 11 titled City Illumination Standards to extend provisions of Section 8C3 of the Code of Miami-Dade County, Florida, applicable within municipalities and related to the providing lighting of open parking lot areas underneath buildings and alleys and public rights-of-way in the city as defined herein, providing for the building officials' enforcement of this article as required by the county code to be accomplished by the building officials designee, including but not limited to code compliance inspectors, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Any discussion?
Yes.
You recognize the chair.
Thank you very much. I believe I understand the spirit of this legislation to improve lighting on our streets for safety perspective. But I have some concerns about the way we're going about it. The lighting on our streets is our responsibility and the county's responsibility to make sure that we're illuminating appropriately. But in this, we're going to be punishing the property owners adjacent to the street where the lighting isn't at the required amount. Now, it may be because of an awning or something like that, but it may not be. And I'm worried that we're putting that burden on them. Furthermore, this is mandating a certain level of illumination, which is quite bright actually, for all rights of way. And this could include longer rights of way. It could include adjacent to parks, quiet residential streets. So that could create a light pollution situation especially for our parks and natural areas. So I have some concerns on this, and I'd like to study it further, because I don't know if there are changes that could be made that would be less burdensome on the private property owners, and if there are unintended consequences that will cause this to actually create way more light in places that we don't want it.
I'm glad that you are concerned about unintended consequences now. I know that I was expecting that you were going to say something about it, but this is geared towards downtown Miami. You see, this is geared towards downtown Miami. When you drive around downtown Miami, all those canopies there, they are extremely dark. And what I want to create, in particular in downtown Miami, is a place that it is illuminated in a way that people feel safe. Right now, downtown Miami is a neighborhood. We have a population, I think it is over 100,000. And I had a lot of complaints that some of the residents of downtown Miami, they don't walk in downtown at night. If they're going to come from Camp Boulevard to a restaurant which is close to Miami Avenue, some of them are afraid because of the lack of illumination and the darkness. The poor lighting that it is under those canopies, you see. And this is mainly concern that our main concern is to provide a safe environment to people that live in downtown Miami. I don't know what all the consequences they're going to bring, but what I'm trying to do is to create a safe environment, safe feeling for the people that comes at night to places like downtown Miami. And also they are our city. We are now, Mr. Sherrod, I don't know if you know it, Florida Power and Light, it is in a program that it is changing the aligning of the streets to LEDs, which is the same type of illumination that we're going to have here. We're going to have it in our streets because FPL is changing it. So you are concerned about the lighting pollution. It is. I don't think. You should take that with FPL, because now they are installing all those LED lights in every single pole in the city of Miami.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. My concern extends, though, beyond that, because we have a program in place that makes, for example, shutters downtown illegal, but we're not enforcing on that, to my knowledge. From a code perspective, that's what's really keeping light from getting out onto the sidewalk and the street from the retail. And even though there have been many programs to help those businesses spend on upgrading and improving and getting rid of those shutters, I believe we already have an ordinance that disallows them, yet we do not enforce that.
No. You have it all wrong. We are not talking about shutters. We're not talking about anything. We're talking about, take First Street, for example. Take First Street and between Miami Avenue and First Avenue. When you walk in that area, you have certain behind Macy's. Now they are illuminating it, but next to Macy's, that is completely dark. It is completely dark, and what we're saying is that it's not a shutter that it is. That it is blocking the lighting. It is the lack of lights in that area. The lack of lights, and that is an open space that people walk around it. And also, I think it will benefit the owners, because if somebody trips and fall because of lack of lighting, they are going to be sued, because that belongs to the owners of the building. That does not belong to the city. That's not part of the sidewalk, you know. But since they have it, they should have it illuminated, because either they block it or they illuminate it, and by illuminating it, it's much easier for people to walk under it at night, and also it is safer. That is the intent of the law. That is the spirit of this resolution, is that, you see, is that we are, I mean, if you have a space that people, you have people walking under it, you should have enough light that people will be safe, and then they will be able to walk and know where they're going without tripping or falling and getting hurt. Okay, and let me also add all of those technicalities, the amount of lumens and all of that has been run through our departments. And if you want any additional information, please call Zurich. And this was reviewed and accepted by all departments. And once again, this is to illuminate those overhangs that we have so many in downtown Miami. And if you drive by it, by downtown Miami, you're going to see how many of them, they are completely dark.
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So,
and I recognize the senator after you.
Thank you. What you say, Commissioner Reyes, is that it's the lack of light. And so I think we should be addressing that, not punishing the business owners. Because this ordinance creates a penalty, an enforcement schedule for civil penalties against the businesses that happen to be in these darker areas, if we can show that they have an awning or something like that. And I just think we're going about it the wrong way. We're punishing the business owner versus just creating more light or doing a program to address light and measure where we can improve. So I'd like to support you in the spirit of it, but that's why I'm asking for a deferral, because the way it's written, I would vote against it now, because it seems to be putting a burden on the businesses for a problem that is ours.
In every code. Mr. Are you now the savior of the people?
Let me ask you something.
I couldn't hear who was speaking. I apologize.
It's me, Manolo. Hey,
who asked something about the savior of the people? What is that?
That's it. No. That was something else. I mean, let me ask you this. This is what we are creating here. It is a lighting program for the whole city of Miami. Okay, but I know every time that I bring something, you have some sort of complaints about it. But that is fine. Listen, that is fine. You have your objections and you have. I mean, that is fine. You can keep on doing it. But what I'm trying to say is this city, we don't have any program, illumination program, that we should. I think that we should have. And besides that, if you have an overhang that people walk under, I think that it is your responsibility as an owner to have it illuminated. You have lights over there. Because if not, you should block it. If you don't block it, I mean, and you allow people to walk under, we have to protect our people. Okay? If you have an overhang or you have an awning that is totally is an obstruction of lighting, of light, and it keeps that area in the dark, and people, it is because it's used as a pedestrian sidewalk, and people, I mean, they are not ours, because most of those properties that have those overhangs, that area on the overhang belongs to the owner. And I think it is the responsibility of the owner to keep it illuminated or just close it.
So couldn't we have a permitting system that when someone applies for an awning or an overhang, that it actually creates the need for that illumination versus punishing those who have had these in for a long time and haven't been bothered and things like that? I want to support you on the idea of getting more light downtown.
I like that.
Okay.
I'm asking for a deferral so we can study it a little more carefully. That's all.
I have Mr. Chair, I have just a couple of questions of the sponsor. Commissioner Reyes, this applies to the entire city of Miami? It's not only for downtown, right?
No, it's not only for the town, it's for the whole city of Miami. I use downtown because it is the most obvious. Because in the city of Miami, very seldom you find a property that has an overhang that people walk under. You see, for example.
I would disagree with that. I think there's a lot of places in Miami where
yes, but that they are not as dark as it is there. Any place that it is dark, I think that it should be, because most of
this applies to the citywide. Is this a mandate on small businesses that they now have to pay for the whole cost of this?
No, it is not a small business. It's the property owner.
So the mandate, well, they'll pass it on to the small business. I mean, obviously, the property owner has to pay additional dollars. They just charge the business owner additional dollars for providing something else. And I'm not the savior of the people, but I'm the savior of small businesses. I think I want to.
No,
be
you're
that.
not savior on that.
I think
you have not been crucified yet. I mean,
but I do believe that. But I am a protector. I am a protector of.
So am I, sir.
And I know you are. But I think that this is a little bit too broad, and I'm not a big believer in mandates. I'm not saying that I won't get there with some conversation about it.
Okay,
perhaps some shared burden between government and the small businesses, perhaps, or the property owners. Maybe the government can be partially responsible. I think there are different ways to get there. I'm not there today, but I may be there. We defer and we vote for it. Vote on it next commission meeting.
Okay,
I'll tell you 2 reasons. I'll tell you very, very quickly. Number one is citywide, so it would only impact your district, or will only impact a particular downtown development authority area, for example. You now have chair. That'll be your prerogative, I would guess. But it impacts the entire community, including people that I represent. So I have a concern about that. And also, I've always had a concern about unfunded mandates from government to small business owners or property owners. I'm just a very Republican in that sense. And I know you are too. And I think that perhaps a shared burden between the private sector and the public sector, because I do agree there's a safety issue. And I do agree that people are afraid to walk from, for example, Biscayne Boulevard over to the interior of downtown Miami, where a lot of new restaurants are opening up. And we have to create safety for our people. So I agree with your public policy intent here. I think it's a good intention. I think it makes sense to have some additional lighting in the downtown area for the safety of our residents. I just think this may not be the way to go about it. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a deferred. To defer this so everybody can analyze it, and maybe we can stream it and into certain areas that there is a lot of pedestrian traffic at night. You see, because I don't see why we're going to have this probably in some other areas that we don't have that pedestrian traffic. But I will defer it, and any questions that you have, please, you can send it, and anybody else, and any suggestions also. And as a matter of fact, and we were discussing that to have some assistance in downtown Miami through DDA to the property owners, that we can contribute to in the cost of illuminating those areas. I mean, initial cost of placing the bulbs in. You see.
I think I also want to remind you, there's places in Wynwood that have the same issue, that we have to some of the peripheral areas in Wynwood, people go from one street to the other.
That's right.
And there's darkness in between. That's dangerous too.
It is.
There are some places on 8th Street. There's some places even in the eastern part of Allapattah. There now people are opening.
Maybe we can identify those areas that they are now. They are very dark, and they have. That it is dangerous, or people don't feel safe, and we identify those areas, and we streamline this ordinance to those areas. I agree with that, but my main goal is.
And I'll give you an example. Just the areas where they cross over from Wynwood into Allapattah and areas like that we can actually create an incentive for people to feel comfortable crossing from one area to another along the way. So I like the idea. I like the notion. I think I've always believed that lighting is one of the biggest problems that we have in the district that I represent. Because when there's darkness, where the darkest crimes are committed, people do all kinds of bad stuff in the dark. Some good stuff, but most of it is bad stuff. And that happens in the dark. And so I think the more lighting we give to our communities, the better it is for everyone to feel safer and just a perception of safety and feeling of
I
safety.
moved to defer this, and because there is no urgency on it, and I will like that everybody will feel comfortable with it. And also, I would like to understand what is this ordinance, it was thought of because there is a need. There's a need, and you clearly stated, you see many people, they feel afraid because they have, there's no enough lighting, and they don't want to walk or do, or visit those areas. And it is even bad for business. It is even bad for business, particularly in the area that you are mentioning, and in downtown Miami. See, so I'll move to defer this. So
there's a motion to defer it to which?
Second that.
And I think that probably will be the first meeting after. I think it, in order to give people time to digest this, or to come with a different, I would say, suggestions. Why don't we do it? And the first meeting after the August break.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 All against? Yeah. Okay. Can we read FR2 into the record, please?
FR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 5, Section 54-190 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, Base Building Lines, Non-Standard Street Widths, by modifying the width of Northeast 1st Avenue from Northeast 5th Street to Northeast 6th Street, and Southwest 28th Avenue from Southwest 10th Terrace to Southwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And there's also an amendment to the title that adds, that you received a substitution on, that modifies the titles ordinance to contain Northeast 1st Avenue between Northeast 11th Street and Northeast 12th Street. So you received a substitute on that, but I wanted to say it for the record as well.
The chair would like to entertain the motion. Well, if you have a discussion. It's been moved. Second.
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a minor concern on this one, and it can be allayed if maybe administration can help through Collins' department with regard to the bicycle lanes. I know Commissioner Reyes through the DDA has been working on a complete bicycle safety master plan for bicycle infrastructure through downtown. And I know that Paramount or World Center in that very area included a separated bike lane. And there's another program we're trying to invest in to complete some separated bike lanes in that area. And geometry is our enemy in creating new bike lanes if we just don't have the space. So here we are narrowing a major avenue. And when I was originally briefed on this, I had heard it would convert one of the lanes to a sharrow, meaning bikes would ride with cars in one lane. And so I just wanted to ask the administration if this is part of our bicycle master plan, because I believe it is, that this is one of the major north-south arteries. We're supposed to have separated bike lanes. And if this, creating this narrower right-of-way will still allow us to have the separated bike lane, because I really believe that should be the priority here, that it continues seamlessly, that we don't have separated bike lane and then a sharrow and then back to separated bike lane. Is there anyone in the administration who could help me with that? Because if that's the case, I'm totally fine with this. But if there's a concern that it's going to eliminate the lane needed for the bikes, then I'm worried.
Mr. Vice Chair, good afternoon, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Zeri Ihekwaba. The current concept zoned right-of-way width for Northeast 1st Avenue is 95 feet wide. So this ordinance is actually going to reduce it to be consistent with what the remainder of the corridor is. You're not narrowing the street. It's only 2 blocks within that area that has this problem. The rest of the corridor is already narrowed to 70 feet. So all we're trying to do is to make it uniform and consistent to be 70 feet wide. Regarding your concern about the bike lane, there is a proposal in place that making it a uniform corridor would allow for a dedicated bike lane on the east side of the corridor to be incorporated in any future design. Having said that, I want to make sure that we understand that this is a Miami-Dade County maintained jurisdictional public street. And if you look at the backup, there's a letter from the Miami-Dade Department of Transportation and Public Works actually in support of this ordinance moving forward. It is their corridor, it is their roadway that they maintain, and they've asked us to do them this favor by making the streets to be uniform and consistent and 70 feet wide. The State Department of Transportation, in the design of the I-395 on-ramp and off-ramp, has already done some preliminary design work, incorporating a 70-foot wide corridor as well. So I think there's a consensus for this item to move forward.
Thank you. So there will remain space for a dedicated bike lane. I'm supportive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Zary.
And I want the record to reflect the presence of our dear commissioner from the 3rd District. So I'm sure he'll be included in this vote. Commissioner, the vote that we're on right now is for FR2. It's already been probably moved and seconded. We've had discussion about it.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I'm more delayed than I expected to be, but I've been having problems getting on.
No problem. No problem. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries. Let's move on now to our DI-1, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Feasibility Study.
Ms. Allen.
How is the Army Corps of Engineers?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to kick off the discussion unless there's a very specific presentation to be made.
Please, go ahead.
So this is the Army Corps of Engineers proposing a $4 million improvement to the city of Miami, an investment in our community to shore us up against storm surge and sea level rise. And if done well, it could reduce insurance rates. It could, of course, mitigate flooding. And of course, their goal is to mitigate applications to claims to FEMA so that less people are flooded throughout the city. However, I really want to make sure that the public knows exactly what's being proposed and that they have the chance to make their public comments, because as you heard in some of the public comments earlier, this is a very large structure. It'll be 15 feet NAVD, which is very tall above the water line. And in some parts, it'll go directly down Biscayne Boulevard. So there's a very good chance that this sees passage at the Army Corps level and then goes to Congress and either has trouble there or trouble with the local sponsor, which is the county, because it doesn't take into account the negative effects on either property values, quality of life, views to the bay. Those aren't necessarily things that I understand that the Army Corps is taking into account, because their mission is securing us from storm surge, and that this plan would accomplish that. So rather than seeing it go through as is and maybe getting a thumbs down way down the road when this comes before Congress or the local sponsor being the county, I'm hoping that we can have an influence on the plan to see that it really accomplishes the goals of the Army Corps without having the negative effects on the downtown area, Brickell area, the environment, etc. And I believe that can be accomplished, because I really believe that this is important for us to shore up for the future. I just want to make sure we do it in the right way. So I'm glad that the Army Corps is here today to answer questions with us. But more than anything, I really want to use this discussion item to make our public very aware of the diagrams of what we're looking at and how intense this actually could be.
Mr. Chair, we have the Army Corps of Engineer rep to make a presentation.
Please, let's have him join in.
Susan, you're
Hi, this is Holly Carpenter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a 10-minute presentation I can start with this morning ahead of the discussion, if that's acceptable.
Yes, please move forward.
Okay, good morning. Can you see the presentation? Yes. Okay. So good morning. My name is Holly Carpenter, and I serve as the Norfolk District Army Corps of Engineers project manager for this study, the Miami-Dade Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Study. I wanted to thank you for the invitation to speak today about our draft report. I'm also joined by Faraz Ahmed, the planning lead for the study, and Susan Layton, who is our Norfolk District Chief of Planning and Policy, that can help with the discussion. So I have a brief overview this morning of the study, which is an excerpt from the longer public meeting presentations we conducted last month following the release of the draft report on the 5th of June. I'll cover a little bit of the study background and provide an overview of the tentatively selected plan or draft plan presented in the draft report. The draft report is an integrated feasibility report and programmatic environmental impact statement. But please note that discussion held today will not be recorded as formal comments towards the study under the National Environmental Policy Act process. But at the end of the presentation, I will review ways to submit formal comments, and those are now due the 19th of August. The Miami-Dade Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management, or CSRM study, investigates solutions that will reduce damages and risks from impacts of sea level rise and coastal storms. The study does not address federally owned land such as Everglades National Park, but focus primarily on the urban and coastal areas of the county. The beachfront is addressed by a separate core study. This study is scoped to be completed within 3 years and for no more than $3 million in accordance with the Army Corps of Engineers modernized planning policies. Due to the geographic size, population, and complexity of coastal flooding risk of the study area, a county-wide comprehensive study is not possible. Therefore, this study focuses on critical infrastructure on a county-wide basis and the areas most vulnerable to storm surge flooding. It should be noted, however, that this study does not result in a holistic recommendation for dealing with coastal storm risk in Miami-Dade County. We are roughly 50% complete with the study, and the draft report identifies a draft plan or tentatively selected plan, which is the alternative that the Corps proposes to move forward with further analysis before developing a final recommendation at the conclusion of the study. This tentatively selected plan will be optimized as we move forward to include additional analysis, technical reviews, and public input prior to the reduction of final report documents concluding the study with the Chief of Engineers report in the fall of 2021. If the study results in a plan for construction and is approved, designs can be completed under the existing authority after the execution of a design agreement and allocation of both federal and non-federal funding. And in order for the project to be constructed, the project must be authorized by Congress, appropriated or funded by Congress, and a project partnership agreement with an eligible non-federal sponsor must be executed. The cost share for construction of a coastal storm risk management project is 65% federal to 35% non-federal. Because the study area was too large to holistically analyze, and in order to narrow down those areas that are most vulnerable to coastal storms, the team decided to complete a geospatial analysis of Miami-Dade County using the CDC Social Vulnerability Index overlaid with damage data and the Federal Emergency Management Agency's HAZIS model. HAZIS is a software program utilized to estimate damages from different types of natural hazards, and in this case, reflects where flooding is most likely to occur. This analysis resulted in 7 focus areas to be included in the scope of the study. Those focus areas are shown in red circles on the map and are generally the neighborhoods of Arch Creek, Aventura, Cutler Bay, Little River, Miami River, North Beach, and South Beach. After the identification of focus areas, management measures to include structural, non-structural, critical infrastructure, and natural nature-based features were examined. Critical infrastructure is included on a countywide basis. However, the remaining management measures were only applied within the 7 focus areas. This examination led to the formulation of alternative plans for economic modeling to compare the benefits to the costs. Benefits included in the quantitative analysis are a reduction to damage to property over the 50-year period of analysis, while costs included generally include construction, operation and maintenance, environmental mitigation, and real estate costs. A no-action plan alternative was tested along with combinations of each type of the management measures for a total of 8 alternatives. Critical infrastructure was analyzed as a separate alternative in combination with all other action alternatives. The plan resulting from the economic analysis is Alternative 8 and is identified as the tentatively selected plan. The tentatively selected plan included in the draft report includes surge barriers at Biscayne Canal, Little River, and Miami River with associated pump stations and flood walls, non-structural mitigation such as elevating homes or flood-proofing commercial businesses at 7 socially vulnerable economic damage centers, outside of the structural measures at Arch Creek, Little River, Miami River, Edgewater areas, and in Aventura, Cutler Bay, North Beach, and South Beach. Critical infrastructure mitigation on priority asset categories throughout all of Miami-Dade County in areas without structural measures. And finally, natural and nature-based features are being considered at one site in Cutler Bay, primarily to include mangrove or wetland restoration. This plan is estimated to cost in excess of $4.5 billion, but could produce annual net benefits of over $1.6 billion annually. This leads to an approximate benefit to cost ratio of over 9-to-1. The following slides will provide descriptions or examples of the type of measures in the draft plan. However, please note the existing designs for the draft plan are focused on developing the economic justification based on preliminary desktop information and analysis. Field surveys and detailed designs, as well as additional environmental analysis and documentation, will be needed to be conducted in the next phase or the design phase. Further optimization of this draft plan and detailed design is expected to continue to change the recommended alignment and height of structural measures and the number of structures proposed for non-structural mitigation. I have a few more slides to describe the measures. This slide shows an example of a federal flood wall constructed in downtown Norfolk, Virginia, and a larger flood wall during construction in New Orleans. As you can see, the flood wall height in Norfolk varies based on existing ground elevation and terminates at 1 to 2 feet high, where it is not recognized as a flood wall by many local residents. There are also areas where the flood wall is taller than most pedestrians, and pedestrian gates allow access to the waterfront. Additionally, a cross-section from the engineering appendix of the draft report provides a typical flood wall design anticipated for this project, which is a T-wall. The tentatively selected plan includes a conceptual designs where flood walls on land are proposed generally as an average elevation of 1 to 13 feet above ground level. Here we display an application of a sector-type gate surge barrier in the New Orleans area in an open position, and a miter gate in Richmond, Virginia in a closed position. The sector gate is the same type of gate as proposed for crossing the Miami River, but larger in the example shown, and the miter gate is the same type of gate proposed for Biscayne Canal and Little River, but the example is smaller than the proposed gate for those waterways. It should be noted that surge barriers are only planned for closure for major storm surge events. Examples of elevated home and a flood-proof building are shown on this slide. These are the primary non-structural mitigation measures included in the current tentatively selected plan. Non-structural measures in the 7 focus area and critical infrastructure together include elevation of approximately 2,300 structures and floodproofing of approximately 3,800 structures. Within the city of Miami, the non-structural plan and critical infrastructure together account for elevation of approximately 390 structures and floodproofing of just over 290 structures. Critical infrastructure is included in every alternative due to its criticality to the resiliency in the county, and it is in the tentatively selected plan. The asset categories presented on this slide are proposed for inclusion in the analysis. The actual number of each type of facility included in the plan is based on the risk to flooding and benefit from the non-structural protection. Generally, floodproofing is recommended to reduce risk to critical infrastructure. This is the final slide. The release of the draft report was issued on the 5th of June 2020, originally for a 45-day public comment period, which has now been extended by the request of the county to the 8th of August. Excuse me, it should be the 19th of August. Public comments must be received by the 19th of August to be included in the analysis. Comments can be provided via email or in writing. There's also a public comment tool, a web-based map tool where participants can provide formal comments linked on the public comment webpage. Comments received by the members of the public as well as private and public agencies will be considered by the study team to determine if any alterations are needed to the tentatively selected plan. Again, the comment deadline should be reflected as the 19th of August. That concludes the presentation. We are available to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a few questions. Although I represent District 2, I believe that this sector gate is really meant to protect the internal part of the city further inland up the river. Do you have any sort of graphic that shows if nothing's done, if the sector gate isn't put in place and a large storm event would create a large surge up the river, what that would flood or affect? Do you have any sort of graphic of that? I'd like my fellow commissioners to see how this could affect their district if nothing's done.
I do not have a graphic prepared this morning that I can pull up for the no action plan, but I believe those are available in the draft report, and we could provide those after the meeting.
I think that'd be very helpful because to prompt action, you really want to show people the consequence of inaction. And I do believe something needs to be done. I fully agree with that perspective of the plan that we are at risk. Are you able to zoom in a little bit on any of the maps that you've shown so we can discuss some of the key points of the structure that's proposed?
I will bring up the slide again with the map.
And if I'm correct, and please help me, the sector gate is the linchpin. It's the key to the entire structure, and the walls to the north and the south are really meant to keep water from getting around the sector gate and flooding inland. Is that correct?
That's basically correct. Both are required for the system to work.
And is the risk of flooding greater inland or at the coast where the walls will be? I mean, we have a bit of a ridge and we have a lot of high rises along the water, but where is the risk the greatest? Is it what we would normally think in terms of storm surge just hitting the coastline, or is it that upriver flooding that could be caused?
I don't have the exact storm surge elevations with me for the Miami River. Faraz, I don't know if you have anything to add.
The only thing I would add is that green hashed area is what our model showed, was where the surge would eventually go to. So that whole green area is the risk management area protected by that surge barrier at Miami River.
Thank you. And so what would be the exact location of the sector gate of the sector gate, which has the sort of hinging pie shape that closes off the mouth of the Miami River? Can you show us where that is proposed?
So currently in the draft design, that is proposed for really the mouth of the river where it meets the bay. But we do expect that design to continue to evolve. We are looking generally at trying to locate that gate as near the mouth of the river as possible.
Got it, because it broadens out east of the Brickell Avenue Bridge, and so I assume you need some space within the water for the infrastructure that holds the sector gate while it's open. that's not upland, right? That's in the water. And then when it closes, it does the final closure of the channel and the entire mouth. So you're trying to get as close to the mouth as possible, which would put it right around the Miami Circle, which is that right at the corner there, where Icon Brickell is, the Miami Circle, and on the other side, it's the very bottom of Biscayne Boulevard in that point. Are you familiar? Is that where we're talking about? Because I believe I saw a graphic earlier that puts the sector gate at that location.
That's generally correct. There are a lot of constraints in that area, as you mentioned, with cultural resources and it being highly developed. So it is definitely something that we need to look at in further detail, both during the study and certainly into the design phase, to figure out how it could best fit into those areas.
How does the pump system work on that sector gate? Is that meant to mitigate any water that's trapped upriver of the sector gate when it's closed? And where does that go?
Yes, so the pump stations are generally for interior drainage, and they're meant to capture the difference in the water that would be collected due to the flood wall and surge barrier implementation versus if they weren't implemented. And right now we're looking at a land-based site just south of the Miami River, but we have considerations for if the pump station could be located over water or in different areas. As I mentioned, that area is highly developed, so there are a lot of logistical challenges with designing this major infrastructure there with the available information that we have.
Right. So if I'm not mistaken, that area just south of the Miami River that was proposed for pump stations would either be our park there in Brickell, or behind the Presbyterian Church, where we were working on a section of the Baywalk and a seawall mitigation or a flood mitigation plan there. Is it possible to contain that pump with the sector wall closer, rather than taking up either public or private land further south, that it could be contained where the sector wall would go, the sector gate would go?
So generally for pumping capacity, it's best to locate the pumping station near the gate. However, right now we haven't made determinations on what the capacity of that pump station is. So what the capacity required determines the size. So I really don't have that level of design developed yet to answer that question.
Understood. Obviously, our preference would not to take up public park space with it, and to hopefully save funding on purchasing private land to do so. If we could do it with the sector gate, would be better. You'd mentioned a $1.6 billion annual benefit for having put this in place. Could you sort of let us know where that benefit comes from and where that's seen, just from a financial perspective?
So the $1.6 billion is annual net benefits, which is estimated benefits after the costs have been removed. So both the benefits and costs over the life of the project are annualized. So again, those benefits are mostly from a quantitative analysis from the prevention to damage to structures from the coastal storm risk. And for the draft plan, we looked at coastal storms of the magnitude of 1% annual chance event or a 100-year storm, plus considerations for sea level rise over the 50-year period of analysis. Does that answer your question, or are you looking for additional?
I think it does. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying it's mitigating a potential of 1.6 billion in losses if we weren't to do this. So it's not that we're creating a savings in terms of insurance for private property owners of up to $1 billion. It's that if we weren't to do this, it could cost us $1 billion a year in terms of damages in the event of a storm event like this. Is that correct?
That's generally correct. Faraz, I'm not sure if you have anything to add.
No, that's right. It's basically the damage to the structures if our structural measure was not built.
Thank you. Now, the one graphic you showed different examples of an upland flood wall, where the most innocuous case was 1 to 2 feet. Obviously, no one would even notice that. It would be like a minor bench within along a street or park. But if I understand correctly, north of the Miami River, the proposal is to have the flood wall inland, along Biscayne Boulevard at some point. So leaving the city parks to the east and the museums and Bayside Marketplace all to the east, outside of the flood wall. And so I wanted people to understand what that would look like on Biscayne Boulevard, because if I understand correctly, the flood wall has to reach 15 feet NAVD, and that Biscayne Boulevard is around currently 6 feet NAVD. Am I mistaken? So that would be about anywhere from a 9 to 11 foot wall on Biscayne Boulevard. Does that sound correct? Is my math correct?
So I don't have the exact figures, but generally that does sound right. In the areas most near the storm surge barrier, obviously as you approach the river, the ground elevation is the lowest with the highest expected storm surge elevations. Mm-hmm. So the walls in those areas are likely to be fairly high, but they will vary based on what the storm surge is for a particular area and what the existing ground is. And yes, for the areas north of the Miami River, currently we are looking at trying to fit the alignment within the right-of-way of Biscayne Boulevard.
Why would it be there instead of consistent with your plan for the Brickell area? Why wouldn't you keep it at the coastal edge where the Bay Walk and the current seawall is? I understand in the Biscayne area, you're looking to go out about 50 feet into the bay to create this, and that we would infill behind that to create the buffer. Why wouldn't you consider the same thing for the part north of the Miami River?
So we looked at a lot of different factors on the preliminary design, which is what's being protected, and also what the available real estate is based on development. Another major factor to consider is the placement of the wall within the bay footprint and what those environmental impacts look like. So we were trying to minimize those impacts. Again, when you're talking about the exact alignment, whether it's going to be on Biscayne Boulevard or along the bayfront, there's still a lot of work that would need to be done before that could be finalized.
That is still flexible.
I would like to turn it to Susan in case she has anything to add on those different factors.
No, I think you covered it well. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Layton, Chief of Planning. I would just say, but one of the reasons we did a programmatic environmental impact statement on this was because we did recognize that we need a lot more survey and analysis before we can really nail down those details, because we were sticking within our scope and schedule originally proposed at the 3-year and $3 million. So we know a lot of work is needed in the future, particularly for the alignment as we move forward. So that programmatic environmental impact statement does allow us to acknowledge that additional coordination and consultation will be needed to look at all of those factors, what the impacts are to the community and environment and cultural and all of those as we move forward into future phases. So right now it really is at that conceptual level, and as we move forward, there will be additional opportunities for input from the community and agencies and everyone as we move into those future stages.
Thank you. Now, if it is to be created out at the water's edge or 50 feet out into the water, what does that buffer look like between the current seawall and where that buffer is out there? What is done with that space? And the reason I ask is if we're actually creating a new public space, which could be a benefit to the community, I'm not saying that would outweigh the potential detriment to the environmental impact, but certainly we are at a shortage for public access green space in the city of Miami. So if you're creating 50 new feet of land along the Brickell coast and potentially the downtown coast, there could be positives, but I don't know what that buffer looks like. Is it just a wall on its own? Is it filled in? Is it concrete? Is it planned to be landscaped or programmed? What is the concept there?
So I believe the 50 feet is an approximate impact of the temporary construction. So we are, again, talking about a T-wall. So within that 50 feet, it's really going to be split between the land side and the water side. And the temporary construction impacts on the water side could then be restored after the construction is completed. So the base of the T-wall itself will be a lot less than 50 feet if you look at the example cross-section. So first of all, I just want to say I don't believe, based on our current preliminary design, that it would be 50 feet out that would be created. There may be some space on what's shown on the cross-section as the protected side that could be filled in or perhaps could be restored. But that level of design has not yet been determined.
So I'm trying to zoom in a little bit on the T-wall drawing there, and just so we can understand a little better. In that drawing, in the bottom right of your screen, that T-wall shows the upland on the right side and the water on the left side of that T-wall. Is that correct?
That's correct. The protected side would be against the existing bulkhead.
Okay. And the base of the T-wall, it says, is about 30 to 35 feet, I think, something like that. So in the, I don't know, best or worst case scenario, that wall could be about 15 to 20 feet out from the existing bulkhead. Is that correct?
That would be a more accurate estimate. Again, these designs are very preliminary in nature.
I understand. I'm just trying to get a sense or draw a picture in the mind of the residents of what this would look like and what it would leave behind at the end. So in that area, between the T-wall and the existing bulkhead, how does that gets filled in, obviously. And so what would go there? What would that be?
So again, that level of design has not yet been determined and likely won't be determined until after the study is complete. The study results in a conceptual or 10% level of design. And so those details really have not been worked out yet. We're about 50% of the way through the study.
And the reason I bring it up is to ask the question of what the Army Corps is willing or able to invest in when they bring an infrastructure project like this. For example, Florida Department of Transportation is creating an $800 million new I-395 overpass, which connects I-95 out to the bay and the beach. And they were willing to invest in a public space underneath that, which we're calling the underdeck, but it's really FDOT not just building a bridge or a road, but actually investing in a public space. We would be responsible for activating it, maintaining it, programming, etc. But at the very least, they're thinking beyond concrete and function, and they're thinking more of the human side of the infrastructure. Is that something that the Army Corps has done or would be willing to do in this case?
So the primary purpose of this project is coastal storm risk management. However, as we work through the design phase, we would certainly work with the non-federal sponsor. There are opportunities for things that are not directly related to coastal storm risk management, aesthetic type or recreational features that could be included, perhaps as a betterment. But generally, the authority only covers the coastal storm risk management as part of the cost shared project.
Right. And I'm trying to help in a sense, because I believe if it's only looked at in the silo of that protective result, we may not be able to do this from an environmental concern or a community concern, because that's the advocacy we're going to be hearing about from our public is how this, what are the negative impacts? And then we're looking at a choice, a yes or no, an up or down on the whole project. Whereas if the project were looked at holistically from the environment, the human aspect, the social aspect, the green space aspect, a plan could be put together that gets the buy-in from start to finish. And so I just want to make sure, first of all, that everyone knows what we're looking at and we're all on the same page, so that if someone agrees or disagrees with it, we're all speaking the same language. And then I'm hoping for flexibility from the Army Corps side within the comments that we propose to make it a workable plan that has a foreseeable, successful future. And so my goal in understanding, and I appreciate your time today, is to illustrate for the public what this could be, to raise their interest and or concerns. And then at our next commission meeting, which is still before the public period deadline, to pass a resolution of the City of Miami with recommendations and comments for our park. And so I just wanted to make sure all the commissioners know what this entails and what the impact could be on the entire city and not just the coast, and all the potential pluses and minuses, both financial and otherwise. And then I'll be hopeful that we can bring a resolution later this month with our commentary.
Could I address just a few of your comments? Just on that, again, this is Susan Layton, and I just did want to emphasize, and Holly is correct, that we are under a specific authority for coastal storm risk, but we are also definitely wanting to hear ideas, and to the degree that we can be flexible within our authority. And we do have some things that let us look at both betterments and even recreation to some degree. There's a lot of policy that goes along with it, but it's certainly something that we would want to discuss. Our goal is to construct projects that are most feasible and realistic and optimum within a community. We do that within the constraints that we have, but what I'm hearing you say, we definitely would want to have those discussions. It's difficult because we're not getting to a very a high level of design in this phase for us to commit to exactly what we could do within the design. But I think we could listen to concepts and say, whether that would be something that would fit into our policies and design, and that, we could be looking at in the future. So I do want to make it clear that we are open to those discussions. It's our intent to do something that is most, it does the best it can to work within the community and the community goals for a resilient city moving forward. So I think you make very good comments, and it would be our intent to work in that direction too. We just have to stay within our policy lanes.
Thank you. And I had one final question, and maybe the design isn't specific enough, but I wanted to address it. South of the Miami River on the Brickell side, the wall is on the west side of Brickell Key. And I believe within this proposed structure, that's the only major population center that would be left outside of the wall. And obviously, as it's an island, it makes sense. But what happens if that wall is there 15 feet NAVD right at the Brickell Bridge? I assume you would have a gate on the Brickell Bridge that would open and or close, but what does that look like? And how do you mitigate where the wall bifurcates a bridge that is a key access point for thousands of residents?
Okay, so in order to implement this, the flood wall will have roadway crossings, and at those roadway crossings, you're correct, there would be gates. Before the project's implemented, a detailed operation and maintenance manual would need to be prepared that considered evacuation routes and evacuation clearance times for those major arteries. So again, we're not at that level of design.
If the bridge is at its, I don't know where it is within its useful life, but if the bridge would require a redesign to make sure that the public still had access even once the gates were closed, would that be part of the project, or would that be on the landowners of that bridge to address independently?
To be honest, that's a type of policy issue that I would probably have to take back and do a little bit of research on.
Yeah, I think that's a key one to study, because that's an interesting one. All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you making yourselves available today, because it really opens our eyes to what we're looking at. And I'm glad that we're at the table. I really appreciate the ability for us to comment on this and ask questions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Also, Commissioner, thank you very much for spearheading this in relation to the efforts that we're trying to make to ensure that all of our communities are safe within the city of Miami, and we're fighting sea level rise and storm surge. Commissioner Reyes, we recognize you.
Yes, I have a simple question. You know that we're building the Baywalk, and I, from what I'm watching, the Baywalk, it is higher than in some areas, it might be an optical illusion, but it's a little bit higher than the wall. And are you incorporating the Baywalk into the barriers that you are going to post a building on along Biscayne Boulevard, along the coast? Are you taking into consideration the Baywalk or?
Right. So in citing the draft alignment, we looked at recent topography data from LIDAR. And so if the Baywalk was higher and it was in the area that we were looking at the alignment, that should have been captured.
So it's going to be higher. So you need to go up steps, and in order to go to walk in that area that it is higher, right? I mean, are you going to step it down, or how it's going to be? How it's going to be accessible, or it's going to be, or the Baywalk is going to be part of the wall that you're going to be building?
So right now, we probably don't have that level of design. I was just referencing the height of the wall depends on the existing ground elevation, whether it's built along the Baywalk where the ground is higher or not. Access between one side of the wall and the other when there is not a coastal storm event is either provided through roadway or pedestrian gates generally in our draft designs. But again, that level of design is still to be determined and could likely depend on the final height of the wall, which we haven't determined since we've only looked at one frequency, the 100-year storm. And as we look at additional frequencies, the height of the wall will change, which would then change our conceptual design for some of those features that would then also get additional detailed design with physical surveys in the design phase.
Well, that's not clear to me, because what I want to know is if we can incorporate the Baywalk into the design of the wall that you are proposing the building, and that could be a substantial saving for us. Or if since the wall, how tall are going to be the wall in those areas around them? It's going to be 12 feet?
So the wall varies based on the existing ground elevation and the storm surge elevations proposed for different areas. So it really will vary.
Along Bayfront Park, for example, Bayfront Park, and let's say from Flagler, no, from First Street all the way to 36th Street. How tall it's gonna be?
Again, it'll vary from ground elevation up to over 10 feet in height. We have in the final elevations because we still need to do some additional analysis at different storm surge frequencies.
And in those areas that's going to be higher, I mean, it's going to be like 10 feet or lower than, higher than what the actual Baywalk should be. So that you're going to build just where the Baywalk is, or it's going to be, or you're going to incorporate the Baywalk to your design. And I would like to see more trying to incorporate what we have into your design. For example, not try that. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I do understand. I think we're just not at that level of design yet. I'll go back to what Susan says, that we are looking for that sort of input to consider both in the conceptual narrative of the draft report, and also as we move forward in partnership for the design phase, whether or not that could be directly included in the project based on our authority limitations.
Well, you're going to build a wall anyways, and we are building with a Baywalk is a wall. You see, then basically it is a wall. So might as well incorporate both of them. You see.
So I if I could jump in as well. So I think that makes sense to everybody, and if it's something that we can do as we move forward, certainly that's something we'll continue to look at. And I know that's been brought up multiple times. I'll note another kind of difficulty with that moving forward is the uncertainty in the timing. I don't know how much that's nailed down on your end, but I know on any federal project, we're still in the study phase now, which is about 1.5 years from the end. And the authorization takes a few years and the appropriations takes a few years. So we obviously don't want to be holding up your project. So we will just have to continue to coordinate closely to see if the timing would work out with the technical details to be able to incorporate that. Because I mean, I think we all agree if we can have complementary projects and get a
Yes.
win-win, that's where we go. But the uncertainty of the timing makes it very difficult.
We're not going to be
held.
but held back. We are not going to. It's not going to happen. But in case when you start building and try to incorporate the part, and even if the Baywalk is being built, I don't see any logic on having a wall and a wall. You see, but having a Baywalk and then a wall, or vice versa, a wall and then Baywalk. You see. Because if you have the wall in front of the Baywalk, you are obstructing the view. So what's the use of having a Baywalk in those areas if the view is going to be obstructed by the wall? You see what I mean?
So definitely agree. A lot more coordination and looking at that as we move forward. Even once we get to the final report, we'll have a little bit more fidelity in kind of what is being proposed. So I would say continue to coordinate on that, and hopefully it will work out so that we can work together on that. It's just
sure
we keep commit to it right at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or concerns? Hearing none, thank you very much. Commissioners, is there a motion to approve PI number 1, PI number 2, and PI number 3? The pocket items.
Oh, yes, I move it.
The properly moved, seconded by the chair to approve the pocket items, PI number 1, number 2, number 3. You recognize Commissioner Carollo?
When can I bring a couple of simple pocket items back on?
Can you speak up, sir? I can't hear you. Get closer to the microphone.
Thank you. When can I bring some pocket items on? They're simple pocket items.
They're not. They weren't any of the ones that were included on the record already.
No, they're not.
Okay, let's do this motion here, and then we'll try, because this is we're at the very last bit of the meeting. I'm not sure how the public comment will have to go on those.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying we're at the very end of our meeting, so I'm not sure how the public comment will go on those. Okay. So just let's try to get through this and the motion, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
Nope.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries. Madam City Attorney, also, we passed early on the record FR2. The chair would like a motion so that it comes back for second reading at our next scheduled meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion? Can someone?
Clerk.
Move it.
Madam Clerk, you heard that?
It's moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair, to have FR2 come back at our next meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, say aye.
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 Okay. Now, Commissioner Carollo has some items that he would like for as pocket items. Madam City Attorney, how are we going to do the public comment regarding those items?
I believe then the way that we would do it is that he can state what the pocket is, since we still have the BCs and we have my script for the attorney-client session to read. We can allow for public comment to be opened. People could call in for a few minutes and deal with it that way, and then come back to voting on the pockets.
Okay, can we do this? Commissioner Carollo, can you read the heading of your pocket items to the record, please?
Simple. The first one is a resolution declaring beginning this Sunday, July 12th, to Saturday, July 18th, Miami Police Law Enforcement Appreciation Week. That's my first one.
Okay.
The second one is a resolution requesting through the city manager to the police chief, zero tolerance and immediate action on any vandalism or destruction of city or private property.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I want to co-sponsor that, those two resolutions.
Noted for the record. Is there anything else, Commissioner Godoy? Or is it those two?
Those are the
All right, so I'll identify the first one regarding the Police Law Enforcement Appreciation Week as PR number 4, and the zero tolerance item as PR number 5. And so we'll open the floor for public comment. We'll allow people to call in or to appear via Zoom or any other way.
Mr. Chairman.
So you recognize, Commissioner.
I two questions. One, I didn't hear the full description of the second pocket item from Commissioner Carollo, and I also wanted to ask the city attorney if I forgot to ask earlier if we needed to add any emergency language to any of the pocket items, if anything is missing for 233F language from the previous pocket items that we passed.
There was language in one of them, and there was not in the other one. So we will add that because it was of an emergency nature for the FAA and the governor's ordinance. So both of those will have the emergency language on them. The same for and the outside counsel one, we will also add that emergency language. And for these that are coming up for Mr. Commissioner Carollo.
And then, thank you. And I apologize, Commissioner, I couldn't hear very well on the second pocket item. If you could restate it.
Surely. The second pocket item is requesting the police chief zero tolerance and immediate action on the destruction of city or private property.
Did you hear, Mr. Vice Chairman?
I did, and I assume we'll open it for discussion when the motion is made.
Okay. So let's now move on to, because we're really at the end of everything, everyone. So let's move into our boards and committees. I know that at the last, I don't know if it was the last meeting before, I had a request regarding the Civil Service Board, so I want to renew that request when we get to that area. Oh, I'm sorry, I see the fingers. Commissioner Reyes, then Commissioner.
I am nominating for the Mr. Ralph Cabrera to the Civil Service Board. I just wanted to make that nomination.
Right, I know that in the two names that one name that I proffered before was Mr. Richard Way, and then I know Mr. Troy Sutton. How many positions do we have available?
There are 3 at-large seats on the board, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Carollo, can I recognize you?
For the name of Mary Lugo.
Okay.
All right, commissioners, are these for civil service?
Yes.
Civil Service Board.
Any lawyers maybe being appointed to this board by any chance, just to
No, that I know.
reel everybody in?
No.
No, Madam City Attorney.
All right.
Would you like to have a lawyer in this?
Commissioner, Mr. Vice Chairman, you had something you want to add?
Yeah, thank you. Just so that we, I believe that we have 3 open seats for the civil service, and I think there's been 4 proffers. I mean, 5. No, there maybe have been 5 that have been proffered. 5 names that have been proffered on this agenda. Is that correct?
Vice Chair, what I heard is Chair Hardiman proffered Richard Way Jr. and Troy Sutton. Commissioner Carollo proffered Mary Lugo, and Commissioner Reyes proffered Rafael Cabrera, and I believe that you're proffering Rodrigo Jimenez. So that would be a total of 5 names from what I heard.
Correct.
I'm proffering Mr. Cabrera. Mr. Cabrera has served in all the boards, and for the past 2 years he's been serving in this board, and I think it will be it should state he's done a fantastic job, and I would like to keep him there. And I think that we should vote one by one, and I don't know if I have any second.
That was the point I was trying to make, that maybe we should vote on them as a slate, try to figure it out amongst ourselves here which three we all agree on, and then just push it forward as one slate. Because if we do them one at a time,
Mr. Chair, can you pick one of the two that you have?
I mean, the spirit of compromise, as always. That's what this is all about. To be honest with you, Troy Sutton has served on the board. As I understand, he's done a spectacular job.
That's right.
And then Mr. Richard Wade is a long-term, I believe he's the electrical chief, or something to that nature, within our.
Yeah, and let me have the.
And so, as I understand, he had an interest of serving on the board as well. If I were,
Where are we with the appointments?
you know, obviously I'm at the end of my term, so continuity makes sense. So I would go with Mr. Sutton, and then I'm sure that Mr. Richard Wade could apply again sometime in the future if I had to choose between the two.
Can I make a motion? A motion that I propose Mr. Sutton, Ms. Lugo, and Mr. Ralph Cabrera to fill those positions, those three positions.
Which is the motion?
Commissioners?
No,
Motion is to appoint Malugo,
Let's have some,
Cabrera, and Mr. Sutton.
Second the motion.
it's been properly moved in second. Further discussion?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on.
yes. That's what I was trying to avoid, a sort of a horse race to who could get their motion in first, so that we could just discuss on it, horse trade a little bit, and come out with a slate that all of us compromise on.
Yeah, I know what you were trying to do. Thank you. Thank you,
good.
sir. Like always, it's very sneaky.
You recognize?
No, I think it's jumping in versus having a discussion. Is,
but everybody knows everybody here. All of those. Yes, Mr.
Senator?
Well, let's take a step back, because I agree with Commissioner Russell. I think that everybody has their own ideas. You know, there's been a lot of discussions, people calling us, I'm sure lobbying us to be put on this board and the back and forth. And it's not a question of who can jump in first and say, well, let's put these four people. I think we need to have some kind of discussion about it. I think Commissioner Carollo seconded it for discussion purposes, and then we can have the conversation.
Absolutely. I mean, and I made that motion
because I have my own names, and we can go back and forth. And I'm sure Commissioner Russell has different names, and everybody has their own names. I think there has to be some sort of balance here. With this particular board, I think it's important that we find that balance. So
I think you're right about that as well. What names do you have that you want to proffer, Senator?
Well, I wasn't ready to proffer them. That's the thing, right? I thought we would have a debate instead of people trying to up each other. And so we had a list of I have done a number of interviews. I want to do it in a more methodical way, but I also know a little bit of parliamentary maneuvering and all that. I know a little bit about that. I could have done the same thing, but I decided not to. I kind of wanted to have a conversation about it, and I have no problems with the names that have been proffered. But I want to have a conversation of who are the best qualified people to sit on this board.
I'm all ears.
No, if it's your nominee. I thought you were seconding, Commissioner. Were you the sponsor of the
conversation?
Say it again.
I'm all ears for the conversation.
Me too. Go right ahead.
No, the conversation is the people that are offering the names and have offered the names. Those are the ones that need to explain to the rest of the board why they're offering those names. And so it's not a question of me having a conversation. It's a question of listening for the reasons why these particular individuals are being nominated and what the reason is behind it, what their credentials are, and what's the reason behind it. That's all. And so I'm not proffering any names. That's why I refused to when the chairman asked me.
Commissioner, I think you're right, and you were not present at the time that when I proffered Mr. Ralph Cabrera. Mr. Ralph Cabrera has been a member of previous boards, and
I was present. I was present. I was listening in. I wasn't on video, but I was watching. That's why.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
you were a little bit too fast for me.
Okay. Okay, but and everybody knows Mr. Cabrera being around and have been served in all the boards and has been very effective in civil service board right now. And as a matter of fact, he is a civilian, you see, and I think that he has done an excellent job, and that's why I'm proffering him so he can continue doing his work. And you have any names that we can consider it? And Mary Lugo, I know Mary Lugo, and I know her for a long time. I know she has been a member of union, and also she has worked in a zoning department. Planning department. I think it is.
And who's the third? Who's the third person?
The third person is Mr. Hardeman nomination.
The third person is Troy Sutton. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Sutton ever served as chairman of the?
I think so.
The board of that board.
I think so.
I believe so.
I believe so. He has been a faithful servant of that board for a long time.
Right, so, he's been the chairman of the board. Anyone who's ever been a chair of anything knows that it's.
That's right.
It takes a bit of dedication and confidence.
You're talking for yourself?
No. I've only been the chair of the Joy Luck Club, so it served me well. But I'll say that for me it's very important that it's like the Civil Service Board. I think is probably one of the most important boards for the city of Miami because it gives opportunities for people who are our civil servants to have their issues addressed, right? And I think that it's a very delicate balance. I love to have people who are middle of the road, people who will listen to both sides, the administrative side, and also the
absolutely
by the employee, because you want to come up with a solution that is typically fair. No one likes it when it goes all one way or the other way.
Absolutely.
Cautious of that. And so, as I've understood, Mr. Sutton has always been cautious of that line and been fair to everyone and not rubber stamping whatever side believes. And so, my mother, I remember, was one person that was a beneficiary of the Civil Service Board. So I know how important it is when someone is faced with troubles with their within the Human Resources Department, especially to come to these boards. And so, that's where I am with that. Commissioner Carollo, I saw your hand.
Well, I think that the suggestion of Commissioner Diaz-Portilla is well-founded, and it's given me the opportunity to put in the record my nominee's background, Mary Lugo. She's an almost 30-year City of Miami employee. She started with the City of Miami in 1991 in the finance department. From there, she moved to the risk management department. From the risk management department, she moved up to code enforcement department, and then went to the zoning department, where her position is still being held in the zoning department, while she is the vice president of the Miami General Employees 1907. It's also a graduate of Florida Memorial University with a bachelor's in science degree in business administration. City of Miami resident.
Any further discussion?
Yes. So we have, I'm sorry, you want to go ahead first, Commissioner Russ?
Either way, I just wanted to make the case for my prof, Rodrigo Jimenez, 17 years with the city in the IT department. So a humble general employee servant. So I think it would be a good addition to the board. I do like Troy's position, and I think this would be his last term. Troy Sutton, I think, and there's some institutional knowledge, and I know that he's been fair but tough in cases, and so that's a good thing to have too. But yeah, having the general employees represented here in this way was my intent here with my proffer. So I leave it to the board, but that's my hope.
So I'm going to.
You recognize, sir, please.
So what I'm going to do, so we have 3 at-large appointments, correct?
Yes, sir.
To make today. And so Commissioner Carollo has proffered Mary Lugo, Commissioner Reyes has proffered Ralph Cabrera, and Chairman Hardeman has proffered Mr. Sutton.
Yes, sir.
And I've proffered Mr. Jimenez.
Proffered Mr. Jimenez, and I have not proffered anyone. So it's only 3, right? And we already have 4 people being proffered. So what I would support, and just remind my colleagues in the majority here, what I think is going to be the majority is that you guys owe me one down the line. That's all.
He learned that in Tallahassee.
This is the old Tallahassee. This is the old Tallahassee way. You guys owe me one down the line. So I think I could be supported today of Commissioner Chairman Hardiman's suggesting that we name Mr. Sutton, that Commissioner Carollo's suggesting that we name Ms. Lugo, and Commissioner Reyes' suggestion that we name Mr. Ralph Cabrera. And I will support that particular motion.
Thank you.
So I get 3 favors for the price of 1. See that, guys?
I thought you were going to suggest the Tallahassee way of doing it. Throw the names in a paper bag and.
Oh my God.
That's another way, but this is too an important board to do it that way.
Yes.
So I agree. All 3 are very talented, as is Mr. Jimenez. But I guess the other 3 have more experience. I think I read all the resumes. There are many people that are qualified that we've been through.
Yes.
But I think these are 3. All 4 are very good applicants, and I think the 3 that I would support are very, very qualified. I have a long history of serving this city very well. So I will be supportive of that particular motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, all in favor say aye.
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 Against? That motion carries. Are there any other board appointments that we need to be aware of?
Yes, Chair and Commissioners, BC 18 Liberty City Community Revitalization Trust. City Manager Noriega will be reappointing Keon Lewis, who is an employee of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, so he requires a 4/5 employment waiver.
Move it.
Chair seconds that. Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
And the last board appointment, BC 27 Virginia Key Advisory Board. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has recommended the reappointment of Lynn Lewis and is requesting the Commission's confirmation of that reappointment.
And I have an issue. I have an issue with this particular appointment, and maybe you can explain to me, Madam Attorney, what the process is. This is an at-large commission appointment, but why is the board recommending? Because I'm not happy with the way the whole Marine Stadium thing has not developed over the years, and I really want to have a board members there that are cognizant of the need to move that issue forward, and to maybe take a second look at some of the plans that have been proffered over the years that have not worked and have been delayed, and construction costs and overruns and all these problems that we've had. So I haven't been completely happy watching from afar before I was elected on what this particular, what the Virginia Key Advisory Board have been doing and referencing and addressing these issues. Tell me how that process works, what particular expertise does Ms. Lewis bring to move these projects forward to this board? But before you tell me that, tell me what's the process? Do we get to name it, or does the board appoint and we confirm? How does that work? I'm a newbie when it comes to these boards, so I need a little bit of.
So all the different boards have different criteria. I'm going to have to defer to the clerk based on this particular board. If not, we may need to reset it so that we can properly brief you on all the criteria for the board appointments.
Well, if I would ask my colleagues then that they could defer this matter until we have that opportunity for maybe for the next.
I'll take it as a motion, seconded by the chair. Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, we're deferring this to the first meeting in September.
And if I may also include, not only in this board, I know there are other boards that the nomination comes from within the board, and we as a commission, we don't have any saying. Case in point, the Civil Investigative Board. I mean, they are the reappoint, and they are the ones that pick the people that are going to be serving there. And I had my objection to that, and I'm glad, Mr. Diaz-Portilla, that you brought this up, because I think that we have to review how we are selected people that are going to be serving in the boards. because some people are being perpetuating themselves in those boards, and we don't see any moving forward in the problems that are affecting those boards that they represent.
And I agree with that. And I think unless it's mandated by ordinance or by statute, Florida statute, I think that we should really look at how these boards are appointed. Ultimately, this commission should be the entity that appoints all board members, or as many as we can legally. So I will probably miss something you and I can work on, Commissioner Reyes, maybe do an ordinance line that we deal with how we name all these members of the board. We can't have this internal, patting each other on the back thing going on, because they get to know each other and they say, well, the board's going to name our people, and then the commission, the newly elected officials of the city of Miami lose control.
Absolutely.
Of who the board members are and how the policies are set and what's recommended to us is kind of fuse the system. So I agree with you. I think it's something we need to really work on and making sure that ultimately this board of county commissioners and the mayor you get to name these board members. Of course, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, board's committee is complete, right?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Noriega, whenever you come on, I want to say something to you. In the meantime, Madam City Attorney, you have Mr. Noriega, there is in Overtown. It came to my mind because you mentioned Keon. He's a business owner in the Overtown area. He owns a coffee shop there. And there was a vacant lot that was next to their building, which is off of 3rd Avenue and about, I think, 9th Street. It's not supposed to be used for parking because it's not an approved parking space area. However, underneath the expressway, there was available parking that was there that under the last city manager, they were in discussion about utilizing that space for parking for the businesses that were on 2nd Avenue, that were just near 9th Street, because there's a lack of parking. And the city was not really using that space. I think we either were storing things there or it was just locked up. So can we look into that issue? Because I know that there's a great need for parking in that space. And if there's a new development that's being built there, it should have commercial space at the bottom of it as well. So, and we know that's just the entryway into the I-95. So it'd be important to kind of have some space there available for parking for businesses.
Yeah, we'll certainly look into it.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record your statement for the meeting?
Yes, Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, pursuant to provisions of Section 286.0118 of Florida statutes and the Governor's executive orders, I'm requesting that at the virtual City Commission meeting of July 23rd, 2020, a virtual attorney-client session closed to the public be held for purposes of discussing pending litigation in the matter of 3384 Day Avenue Investments, Inc. versus City of Miami, case number 2019-23993 CA11, pending in the Circuit Court for the 11th Judicial Circuit in Miami-Dade County, Florida, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy discussions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or as soon thereafter as the commissioner's schedules permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by members of the City Commission, which include Chairman Keon Hardiman, Vice Chairman Ken Russell, and Commissioners Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, Deputy City Attorneys John Greco, Barnaby Min, and Senior Assistant City Attorneys Carrie McNulty and Rachel Dooley, Assistant City Attorney Daniel Goldberg. A certified court reporter will be present virtually to ensure that this session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular virtual commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has anyone called in for public comment on the PI number 4, PI number 5?
No.
All right, seeing none, is there a motion to approve PI number 4?
Chairman, I just wanted to confirm that all the commissioners have received also all the public comment that has been emailed and submitted through the online public comment forms for this meeting.
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, before we adjourn, I would like to make a comment to the city manager. And let's vote on this and before we adjourn, I have a request from the city manager.
Okay, we will. But it has been probably moved and seconded for PI.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any further discussion?
What item is that again, please?
PI number 4, that's your July 12th through the 18th item. Your pocket item.
Your pocket item, sir.
Okay,
Yes, and the zero tolerance one. There's
That's
two.
right.
Okay,
Well, we're doing number 4 right now. We're doing
Oh,
number
you're separate. Okay.
They're
thank you.
separate.
All in favor of number 4, say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion carries. PI number 5, is there a motion?
Move it.
We probably moved, seconded by Commissioner Godoyo. Any discussion on that item? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries as well. Commissioner Reyes, you recognize.
Yes, Mr. Manager, I have, I've been informed that we have a substantial number of employees, particularly those that are on that work for Park, Net, and Public Works, that they have been they're testing positive for COVID-19. And what I'm requesting, I don't know if it should be a directive, but what I'm requesting that all of those employees that they are not safe working from home, they are out there on the field, like those, and also sanitation, that they should be tested. I think that the city should test them, and in order, because they, for example, in Public Works, when they are going to go from one place to the other in a truck, you're going to fit 4 or 5 people in the same truck. So we have to make sure that nobody is contaminating everybody else. Therefore, I'm requesting that we test all those employees in order to avoid further contamination and protect their health.
So we issued a bulletin, Commissioner Reyes, offering testing available to any city employee that felt they needed to. And we've created a schedule behind that, allowing them to schedule certain days to be tested. So that's already in progress.
But can you make an effort that make it as easy for them as possible? And as a matter of fact, trying to get them into being tested and request that they be tested. I think we have the authority. I think that we have the authority as employer.
No, we do not have the authority to mandate a test.
But
it's voluntary. If they feel that they have been exposed and do not wish to have a test, then they are encouraged to self-isolate for 14 days. But we cannot require that they be tested.
I don't know, but Madam City Attorney, can we require them?
No, going in the other direction.
As in, force someone to take the
No
test?
force. Just tell them that if you're going to come to work, you have to be tested. Because
Well-
we are in an emergency now. If you're not tested, if you are a carrier, let's say that you are asymptomatic. I know I feel well, but this past wave of tests have shown that there is a great percentage of people that they are asymptomatic, they don't have no symptoms whatsoever, and they are positive, and what they're doing is they're spreading the virus.
Remember that these tests are a bit intrusive. We can definitely take the temperature and ask certain questions. I need to get back to you on the actual.
Yes, and try to encourage them and make them responsible that everybody, I'm doing for their own protection. And I have talked to many employees from those departments, and they are very concerned. Some of them and I am very concerned because we have wonderful employees. I don't want them to be, contaminated and be victims of COVID-19. You see?
We remember that whenever we do the initial questions, inspections, exposure, and we take the temperature, you know that we can send them home.
Yes,
Even if they are suspected of having anything.
Well, you can send them home and that is fine. But what we want to do is we want to curtail this virus, you see? And I think that we should try to encourage them to take the test as much as we can.
So in addition to encouraging them to take the test, we also require that they wear PPE so that you know that as well. That's a significant measure in preventing the spread. So we are requiring that as an absolute requirement and part of their everyday responsibility in terms of their uniform.
And it has to be very enforced, and they have to be enforced, strictly enforced.
And we are working on measures as well to limit the amount of travel-related exposure relative to the number of people in vehicles as well. We're working on a plan on that as well.
Yes, and the people that work in parks, for example, they work side by side. I mean, there's no other way around it. Okay, thank you, sir, and do whatever is possible to get as many people tested as possible.
Will do.
All hearts and all minds clear?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. This means adjourned.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.